It's time to sit back and relax with your favorite drink. And listen. In shadows deep where darkness lies, a world consumed by desperate cries, amidst the ruins survivors roam, their hope a flicker in the gloam. Through shattered cities overgrown, a journey of survival not alone. Beneath the weight of loss and pain, a tale of courage, loss and gain. In every step a test of will, as life and death dance stark and still. Yet in this bleak and haunted land, a bond of love, a guiding hand. Through trials fierce they press ahead, in search of solace, peace to tread. For in their hearts a flicker burns, a light of hope, for which they yearn. Dead by Dawn. Part 1. Josh glanced up at the long row of identical cubicles, watching with mild annoyance as his fellow workers rushed about, hurriedly packing their bags, slamming their belongings inside with careless haste. As they argued and shouted, shoving and pushing each other out of the way. Above the noise of their raised voices, the intercom repeated its blaring message, instructing them to evacuate the building in an orderly manner. The message played on a loop as a constant background noise, one that greatly annoyed Josh. He sighed, in disbelief at what he was seeing. How quickly everything had fallen apart. His co-workers were in a full-blown panic, running about and fighting with each other, whipped into a frenzy by the reports of the mainstream media. Their terror overtaking them, causing them to panic, as they all rushed to gather their things and leave. Just a few days before, the world had been normal. The fungal pandemic had been just a story on the news, one everyone had mostly ignored. The media had wanted to keep panic down, to stop the riot and looting that would accompany a pandemic. Well, in the pre-pandemic world, life had been the same as it had always been, as good as it could be since the accident. An event that still haunted Josh, one he found very difficult, if not impossible, to put behind him. He packed his bag, just as he'd been told to, tossing in the few items he deemed worthy of carrying back home with him, which weren't many. He'd already gotten most of his things days before, having had some idea of the events that would soon unfold across the world. Around him people chatted in hushed panic whispers. There were rumors spreading about the new fungal infection, one that had come from South America, spreading quickly into the United States. Officially, there was no information on the virus. The mainstream media refused to give details about it. So far, there were no reported cases in Canada, as they sealed off their border with America very early on in the outbreak. Josh feared that it would soon spread, as it was very dangerous, though the media had attempted to suppress the information. Josh had viewed various online clips in which he'd seen the hidden effects of the fungus, an infection which grew on the brain, causing those afflicted by the fungi to become uncontrollably violent, attacking and biting anything nearby. And this was what the media had hoped to hide, to avoid mass panic. As such, a virus could prove to be the end of their nation. Already America had gone dark. No news had been heard from it in days. With a final report stating that the government had collapsed, Josh slammed his locker shut, jogging quickly down the hall, moving along with a mass of workers as they fled, moving quickly towards the building's exit. He scanned the faces of those around him, looking from person to person, in an attempt to make certain that his friend also got out safely. There were only 2 people left that Josh was close to, Christopher and Samantha. Well, Christopher had been his friend since childhood, a nerdy and quiet young man who often played Dungeons and Dragons with Josh on the weekends. Christopher was planning on leaving town with his family to move to some other part of the country, which he thought might be safer than where he currently was, a location dangerously close to the American border. Josh could hardly blame him for leaving, though he was less than pleased with being left almost alone to face the outbreak. Christopher was one of only 2 of Josh's former group of friends who he still talked to. There had been a time when he and his friends had been very close, some years before, Most of them had attended school with him and Christopher, doing things together on the weekends. The group had consisted of Josh, Christopher, Matthew, and Michael, as well as Emily and Jess, Matthew and Michael's girlfriends. They often met at Josh's home, where they spent time with both him and his sister Hannah, as well as her best friend Samantha. Josh had broken off contact with nearly all these former friends, speaking only to Christopher and Samantha, who were the only people that Josh didn't blame for the death of his sister. Hannah and Bethany had died as part of a cruel prank, one that Josh was certain had been intentionally harmful. Nearly all of his friends had been part of the prank, with Michael being the ringleader. It had happened at Josh's family cottage, high up on Black Mountain, ending with both of his sisters falling to their deaths over a cliff. Due to this prank, Josh hoped never to see any of them again after what they'd done. He walked forward, shaking his head to dispel these unpleasant memories. In the months since he'd lost his sisters, Josh and Samantha had grown close. She was the best friend of his late sister, a very kind and outgoing person. Samantha was tall, with very fair hair and bright blue eyes. Hannah had introduced the pair of them during one of her sleepovers. For a while they'd spent time together after work. And then the outbreak had begun. A few days into the outbreak, just after the US had gone dark, Samantha had moved into his home, after her parents had failed to come home for several days, making her feel uneasy. Josh had welcomed this, happy that he and Samantha would get to be close, as he didn't want to let her out of his sight. Josh took out his cell phone, looking to see if Samantha had texted him. He soon found Christopher among the crowd, waving at him vigorously. The two surged forward with the mob, battering out the front doors of the building to swarm out onto the streets, all of them eager to get home, to either barricade themselves in or flee further north, to put distance between themselves and the fungal infection, as it was spreading like wildfire. Josh waited for the mob to clear, eager to speak to Christopher before he left. The two walked over to each other, glancing out at the small town in which they lived. It was a quiet, quaint place, a peaceful mountain town, popular among sportsmen for its hunting and fishing opportunities. It consisted of about 100 different homes and businesses, which were divided into two neighborhoods. Josh, it's good to see you one last time. I'll be leaving early tomorrow morning. My family wants to get further north to escape the infection. Hopefully it won't cross our borders. But we can never be too careful, Christopher announced. Josh nodded. Do whatever feels best. Samantha and I'll miss you, Josh replied. The two of them walked down the street at a brisk pace, leaving the office they worked in behind. The whole street was in uproar, as people rushed about to frantically gather last-minute supplies from any stores that still had inventory, which were few. There was already a minor traffic, as dozens tried to flee town. How are you on supplies? Samantha and I have enough for tonight, and then we'll be leaving town to wait out this mess at my family's cottage, Josh announced. Christopher nodded his agreement. Good. It won't be safe here for much longer. I'd hate to think of either of you getting hurt, he replied. Shots sounded nearby as a scuffle broke out. Several vandals attempting to loot a flat screen from a nearby home. The fight ended with more gunshots, making Josh and Christopher move much faster to stay clear of any violence. Christopher lived nearby in a 2-story home, located about midway through their small town. His home was surrounded on all sides by a wooden fence, one that would be latched if the need should arise. Josh and Christopher crossed the street. I'll need to be getting ready to leave. I can't say if we'll see each other again. Goodbye, Josh. I hope you and Samantha manage to reach that cottage, Christopher stated. Goodbye, Christopher. Make sure to get as far north as you can and do whatever you do, but don't get bit, Josh replied. The two then parted ways, with Josh continuing down the street, making his way towards the library, where he knew that Samantha worked. He had to pick her up and bring her home, before the whole town fell into chaos and panic. Soon, the infection would reach Canada, For all he knew, it might already have. Josh quickened his pace, making his way back down the street, towards where he knew the library was. Samantha placed the final book back on the shelf, reaching all the way up to the top. And so far her day had gone on well enough. It seemed that the library was the only place in town that wasn't being ransacked by some unruly mob in search of supplies. Since arriving for her final day of work at the library, Samantha had heard the sounds of rioting and shouting from outside. So far, she'd seen only a single customer, a middle-aged woman, who'd checked out several books on survivalism, books which Samantha was certain she would never return, if there was still a library to return it to, which Samantha doubted. She walked out of the section she stood in, wondering how she would finish what was left of her shift. Her heels clacked against the hardwood floor beneath her feet, her dress swishing as she adjusted her name tag, making her way over to the front desk, where she sat when she wasn't stocking shelves or aiding customers. Her desk was near the front of the library, allowing her to see who came in and out. For most of the day she'd sat on the computer, trying to uncover what information she could about the infection that was ravaging America. Oh, whatever it was seemed to be spreading very rapidly, making her wonder if it might be airborne. Samantha did a quick search, looking for videos or articles relating to any potential patients of the infection. She'd already searched YouTube for any such content, finding nothing of value there that hadn't already been censored. Now she found herself on BitChute, one of the few sites that lacked corporate censorship. She had some luck now in locating a few low-quality cell phone videos, all of which had a great many views. She clicked on one, allowing it to play. The video began in front of a hospital, one which had a chaotic crowd before it, screaming and shouting. The crowd had surrounded a handful of fighting patients as they struggled upon the ground. The patients were atop a security guard, biting and scratching him madly, as the person filming the video watched. No one in the crowd had the courage to separate the strugglers. "Light 'em up," the soldier shouted. His men all opened fire on the struggling people, their bullets tearing them to shreds. The video cut out after this, leaving Samantha to wonder what she'd just seen. The video had left her shaken, making her wonder just what this bizarre infection was. Samantha shook her head as she exited BitChute, deciding to read for the rest of her shift. She had a few books sitting on her desk, which she would read when not assisting customers. Before she could pick up one of her books, though, Samantha was disturbed by a loud thud from elsewhere in the library. The noise startled her, making her gasp. She turned her head to glance in the direction which the sound had originated from. "Hello? Who's there?" she called, receiving only silence as an answer. For a moment she stood there, wondering just what she would do. She'd seen no one come in, the last visitor having left early that morning. Samantha only had a single co-worker with her, an elderly woman, Beth. She hadn't seen Beth since she started her shift several hours before, assuming her to be off doing some task elsewhere in the library. Samantha edged forward, searching for the source of the noise. She scanned the rows of bookshelves around her, finding nothing out of order. Perhaps some large volume fell off a shelf. That must be what I heard, thought Samantha. She walked down the center of the rows of shelves, finding no books lying on the floor. It was all just as she'd left it. Upon reaching the back of the library, Samantha paused, glancing around. She stood before the restrooms, wondering just what on earth she'd heard. Just as she was about to return to her desk, a second bang sounded, this one even louder than the last. The sound had come from the women's restroom. Samantha slowly approached the door. "Beth, is that you?" she called, knocking softly on the door. For a moment she was answered by nothing but silence. Then a quiet groan could be heard from within. Fearing that Beth was in some sort of distress, Samantha pushed open the door to the restroom, stepping inside and searching for her. The old woman lay sprawled in the middle of the floor, still as a board, her eyes wide, fixed in a look of terror. Beth had a chunk of flesh torn from her shoulder. the floor around her covered by a layer of blood, its strong coppery scent hanging in the air, nearly strong enough to make her gag as it filled her nose. Samantha took several steps backwards as she attempted to process what she was seeing. "Beth!" she gasped. The old woman stayed still, not hearing Samantha. "Beth, what on earth happened? Who did this to you?" Samantha inquired. She slowly approached the body, giving Beth's foot a light kick. The old woman still refused to move, even after Samantha had called her name several times. The subtle dread filled the room as Beth twitched, letting out a muffled growl, as if she were angry. This alarmed Samantha, causing her to take a step back towards the exit. Beth, what's wrong?" she stammered, wondering why the normally mild-mannered librarian was growling like a wild cat. Beth sat up with a jerk, snapping her head to glare at Samantha so quickly that her neck popped loudly. Samantha's back touched the wall as she stood off to the side, waiting to see what would happen. Beth growled again, this time with even more anger, as she bared her teeth in a snarl. Samantha was beginning to wonder if she should perhaps just flee. It seemed something had come over Beth. Then a noise from elsewhere in the library drew Beth and Samantha's attention. Someone was shouting for Samantha. With relief, she recognized the voice. It was Josh. He'd come to get her earlier than normal, a fact she was now grateful for. She had to reach him before Beth became violent. Reaching out, she quietly began to open the restroom door, hoping that Beth wouldn't notice. Beth backed towards the door, glad that the old woman was temporarily distracted. Samantha was about halfway through the door when Beth leapt to her feet, letting out a cry of rage, before rushing at Samantha, her teeth bared in a snarl. Samantha threw herself backwards, falling to the floor of the library. Instantly, she kicked out both feet, keeping the bathroom door from opening, even as Beth slammed violently against it. "Samantha!" cried Josh, sprinting over to where she lay. He glanced over at the door to the women's restroom, listening as Beth threw herself against it. Soon, the door burst open, allowing the angry creature to spill out into the library, screaming a primal roar of rage. Josh reacted quickly, drawing his pistol and firing into her head at point-blank range, the gunshot cutting off the infected woman's cry of rage. The creature that had once been Beth fell to the floor, a smoking hole in her head. Josh lowered the pistol, glancing down at Samantha. She sat with her back to one of the bookshelves, looking up at Josh. Josh extended a hand down to her. "We have to leave, now," he stated, and Samantha accepted his help, rising quickly to her feet. "Where on earth did you get a gun? I thought they were all kept up at your family's lodge," she inquired. "I got this off a dead cop. The whole town has gone mad. There's some sort of riot in the streets. Several people are dead," he informed her. He then led Samantha by the hand, pulling her towards the exit of the library. "Just hold on a moment. I need to grab my bag. I grabbed several books this morning, survival manuals and the like. I thought they might prove useful," she informed him. Josh nodded, releasing her arm. "Okay, grab what you can, quickly. We must leave town as quickly as possible," Josh shouted. Samantha rushed over to her desk, grabbing the canvas bag which sat beside her chair. The bag had several books inside, gathered by Samantha that morning, at the start of her final shift. She then rejoined Josh, both of them bursting out of the library onto the streets of their once peaceful town. The whole town was in an uproar. Sirens blared, people screamed, and gunshots rang out. The car had been set on fire in front of the library, filling the air with black smoke and fumes. The store surrounding the library had already been looted by a panicked mob who were fleeing en masse down the streets. Several in their group had already been infected, and they began to attack their companions, biting and clawing at them like wild beasts. "This way," Josh shouted, leading Samantha down the street. They surged forward with the fleeing mob, moving as one great mass towards the west side of town, where the residents were. Where the residents resided in their clustered-together suburban homes. Behind them, a gas station exploded, rocking them to the ground, its sound deafening. The explosion drew in even more of the infected. They surged out of the forest, sprinting at the fleeing mob, which quickened their pace. Hearing the distant screams of the infected, there were several people running ahead of Josh and Samantha. All of them had been rioting just a few moments before. Now, the panic of their situation had set in. Up ahead of them, a group of infected burst out of an alleyway, brutally attacking a group of fleeing men. The infected wore the orange vests of construction workers, sinking their teeth and nails into the men, tearing great chunks out of them. Josh and Samantha ran past the men, not able to help them, as the infected tore them to pieces, ripping them apart. They could see their home in the distance, where their car was already loaded, ready for them to make their escape. All around them the infected surged, met with gunfire by several members of the fleeing mob, their gunfire drawing the attention of the infected, allowing Samantha to bolt for their car. Josh was just behind her, urging her to move forward. He had the pistol in his hand, ready to shoot any infected that got in their way. Samantha reached the passenger side of their door, yanking it open and throwing herself inside. She slammed the car door, blocking an infected that had wanted to grab her. It slammed against the door, looking wildly around as the mob screamed and shouted around it, drawing its attention away from her. They charged at a nearby old man, and the infected tore his throat out, knocking him roughly to the ground. Samantha turned away from the carnage as Josh threw himself into the driver's seat. Igniting the engine and jamming his foot down on the gas, the car rocketed forward, accelerating away from this scene of carnage. Racing down the street, sailing past several infected, who roared with rage at the fleeing vehicle. As they neared the edge of town, Samantha cast a final look back in the rearview mirror, watching as the town burned, knowing she would likely never return. Hours later, Samantha glanced out of the car window, looking down at the fresh sheet of snow that blanketed the road ahead of them. It had been snowing for about an hour, a steady winter storm setting in as they neared the mountains. They moved swiftly down an abandoned highway, sitting in silence, with only the rushing of winter wind to serve as background noise. She and Josh hadn't known just how powerful the infection was. All they had known had been complete lies from the mainstream media. The infection spread rapidly as its violent carriers spread it through their bites, infecting anyone they could catch. By the time they'd escaped their town, a majority of its citizens had been infected, and those who weren't killed in the fight became mindless killers, controlled by the fungi growing in the brain. The whole country seemed to be in chaos. Their car radio had gone silent, after a final emergency transmission, one that had been cut off about halfway through, when the infected had swarmed the studio, leaving she and Josh to ride in silence. Coasting down the abandoned highway, watching snow fall from the grey skies above, it now coated the branches of nearby trees, turning the green branches white. There were very few other cars on the road. Since leaving town, they'd passed only 2 cars, each of them speeding away to some unknown destination. Samantha hoped they were smart enough to avoid the major cities. I wonder how many people died back there. Never seen anything like it, Samantha said. She glanced over at Josh, who had a white-knuckle grip on the steering wheel. Oh, this infection is far worse than they predicted. It's worse than anything I could have imagined. Oh, we need help. Someone has to put those things down, Josh pointed out. Samantha glanced back out of her window. The road they drove down was surrounded on all sides by a deep forest, with thick maple and oak trees. She scanned the tree line, searching for any infected. So far, she'd seen none. The forest was peaceful and tranquil, covered by a layer of snow. A herd of deer grazed beneath the shade of a maple tree, glancing up to look at their passing car. I wonder if this infection can affect animals, Samantha asked. She'd seen how it affected humans, and the thought of an infected bear or moose made her more than a little uneasy. She hoped that the infection only infected humans, or else the mountains could prove to be very dangerous. "Oh, I hope not," Josh replied. "How much further to Black Mountain?" Samantha inquired. We should arrive soon. I think it's just a few more miles down the highway," answered Josh. Samantha nodded. After about 5 minutes, they rounded a corner, coming upon a pair of parked cars on the side of the road. 2 black SUVs, covered by a thin layer of snow, making Josh think that they'd been there for more than a few minutes. 2 men stood leaning against the cars. They gave Josh an angry glare, looking he and Samantha up and down as if sizing them up. The 2 watched the road, wearing black leather jackets and combat boots. Each had a pistol tucked into its waistband, which they rested their hands on. The men gave Josh a stern glare, scanning both he and Samantha with their eyes, glaring at Samantha and Josh and muttering to each other. One of the men pointed at them, saying something that Samantha couldn't make out. His companion shook his head, refusing to move from his spot. "I don't like this at all. What on earth are those men doing out here in the middle of nowhere?" Josh stated. He had a growing sense of unease. If the men did have some sort of ill intentions for them, then he and Samantha would have to deal with them alone. Neither of them had cell phone service anymore, and even if they had, Josh doubted any police would be able to respond. "Oh, maybe their cars broke down," Samantha suggested. Josh shook his head. "Oh, I'm not taking any chances," he replied, accelerating even faster. Samantha watched the men in her rearview mirror as they disappeared into the distance. She and Josh drove for about another 20 minutes, the roads becoming long and windy as they moved further up into the mountains. Soon Josh and Samantha arrived at their destination, pulling the car to the side of the road, nearby a rocky section of forest that sloped uphill to the slopes of Black Mountain above them. "Oh, we're finally here," Samantha gasped, glancing up at the summit of an immense mountain, tall and imposing with rocky, jagged peaks. Black Mountain, a rather impressive section of the Canadian Rockies. It was here that Josh's family had their cottage, high up on the mountain, accessible by gondola. Josh hoped that the lodge would prove to be safe, due to its remote location, not easily accessible without a lengthy hike. Samantha stepped out of the car, carrying the bag she brought with her from the library. The bag had 4 books inside of it, all of which were about some form of survivalism. She walked to the back of their car, opening the door to the back seat. There, sitting across the back seat, was her bastard sword, a double-edged sword with a staghorn handle long enough to accommodate 2 hands. The sword had been gifted to Samantha by her uncle, who was an avid sword collector. Samantha took the sword in her hands, drawing the blade from its sheath. The sword was well balanced, made to deliver a powerful cut with its wide blade. She sheathed it, using a strap on its sheath to carry it. Josh opened the passenger door on his side of the car, retrieving a pump-action shotgun, which he'd brought with him from the lodge. The shotgun had been his father's, something he'd used to hunt before the pandemic. Once they'd armed themselves, Josh and Samantha abandoned the car, after piling a small amount of snow atop it to make it appear as though it had been sitting outside for some time. The bag with the books was the only luggage which she had. She and Josh already had most of their belongings up at the lodge, having brought them there days before. They walked towards a nearby path that led deep into the forest. The steep mountain path was covered by snow, snaking its way up the hill, surrounded by trees and boulders. A small sign at the head of the trail warned Samantha to be wary of bears. Samantha and Josh began their hike up the path. Walking into the forest, their backs to the road behind them, the only thing that could be heard was the crunch of the snow beneath their feet, and the quiet whistle of the wind through the trees, which carried the distant howl of wolves upon it, their mournful cry sending a shiver down Samantha's spine. She and Josh wearily gazed at the dark forest around them. straining their ears to pick up any nearby sounds, scanning the tree line as they hiked steadily upwards, stepping carefully over tree roots and being pelted with snow falling from the branches overhead. "Who were those men on the road?" Samantha whispered, glancing over at Josh. He hiked alongside her, his breath coming in a long, white cloud, shotgun held over his shoulder, his eyes keen and alert. "I have no idea. I suspect that they're waiting to ambush travelers," Josh replied. Samantha frowned. "Let's hope they don't follow us," she stated, and Josh nodded his agreement. "Yeah, I hope that as well," he replied. There was little else around them other than grey and white, the ground covered by snow and boulders. An owl hooted somewhere in the darkness, taking flight above their heads, to hunt for whatever rodents it might find in the snow. Samantha looked down the path. She could see the distant gate that closed off their property from outsiders. There was a whole section of the land that Josh's family owned which was closed off from the outside, beyond which the gondola sat. The gate was kept locked when not in use, as they'd previously had problems with break-ins, some deranged old man who tried to get onto their property. Samantha shivered in the cold air as she and Josh reached the gate. Stopping, Josh fished a key out of his pocket. The old lock on the iron gate gave him some trouble, though it did eventually give way, the cold having made it stiff. It swung open with a loud creak, making Samantha grimace. "The gate could certainly use a bit of oil," she pointed out, stepping through it. Josh nodded his agreement, slamming it shut behind them and locking it. "Well, hopefully it proves to be sturdy enough to hold back any infected," he replied. There wasn't a lot to see inside the wall, other than the gondola and its control room, and a small utility shed, which held an assortment of random tools. The gondola would take them up the mountain to a remote cabin, where they should have safety, at least for a while. "Let's go, I have to fire up the boiler before it gets any colder up there," reminded Josh. Samantha offered no argument, quickening her pace. They walked past the old shed, stepping up onto the gondola's platform. "You should go and sit down. I'll fire up the gondola," directed Josh. He stepped into the small control room, closing the door behind him. Samantha continued onto the gondola. It had recently been repainted, giving it a fresh coat of red and white paint. The gondola had originally been shades of blue and white. She slid open its door, stepping inside and sitting down. The gondola whirred to life, its single interior light switching on. Soon Josh emerged from the control room, stepping onto the gondola and closing the door behind them. He then flipped a switch inside, causing the gondola to begin its slow ascent up the mountain, rumbling and creaking as it moved. Josh sat down next to Samantha, glancing out the window at the forest below. The only visible light coming from the distant streetlights, which still dimly glowed, flickering. The forest was long and dark, a white expanse of snow and trees, where packs of wolves were said to hunt, the night wind often carrying their songs on it. Josh felt a sense of relief. They'd almost made it home. "It's quite the view, isn't it?" commented Samantha, nodding down at the scene below. "Yeah, my parents always said as much, as did my sisters," stated Josh. He recalled the prank then, the one that had killed both of his sisters. "Oh, it feels strange to be back here, yet at the same time it also feels really serene," Josh announced. Samantha nodded. "I understand. I miss them too," she confided. They rode the rest of the way up in silence, wondering what had become of Michael, the perpetrator of the prank that had killed Josh's sisters, wondering if he'd been torn apart by some pack of infected. Josh hoped that he had. It'd be a fitting end for him. Soon the lodge came into view. It was a large and cozy home, built in the style of an old hunter's lodge. It had 2 floors and a very deep basement, in which a boiler could be found. The boiler heated and powered the whole home, being fed by heated steam. The lodge had been built near a collection of old mine shafts, which had been abandoned long ago. Not having been in use for over 50 years, the property which his family owned was quite extensive, stretching over many acres. The gondola landed at its control room, on a cliff high up in the mountains. "Come on, we're nearly there," Josh informed. He slid open the doors, stepping out of the gondola, before offering Samantha his hand and helping her out. They stood at the top of a sheer cliff, one not far from the cabin. It was a short path ahead of them. They walked quickly up the path, now confident that they were alone. There was no chance that the infected could climb this high into the mountains, not without a really good reason. He and Samantha recalled all the times they'd come to that very cabin, on one retreat or another. Often Josh's sister had invited Samantha, while he'd invited Christopher, for weekends of hiking or sledding. The old vacations had always been really enjoyable for all involved. Snow swirled in the air around their heads. "I loved it here," Samantha sighed. She and Josh now stood near the lodge's front steps, looking up at it. "Do you still have a key?" Samantha inquired. Josh nodded, pulling the key from his pocket. He climbed the brick steps to the lodge, breathing a sigh of relief as he slid his key in the door, gripping the freezing cold knob in his hand. The lock clicked, allowing Josh to shove the door open. Instantly, he was hit by the smell of the lodge, a smell which filled his nose. The lodge smelt of wood fires and the flowery scent of lavender. Often Samantha and his sisters had enjoyed the scent of diffused lavender, giving the whole house a flowery aroma. Josh stood aside, allowing Samantha to step into the lodge. "We're home," Josh stated, shutting the door behind them. Part 2. Samantha sat up in bed, stretching and yawning. A glance around their bedroom revealed it was still pitch black, meaning that it was likely very early in the morning. With a groggy sigh, she turned over in bed, casting a brief glance over at the LED clock, which sat on her bedside table. Its glowing screen displayed the numbers 6:30 a.m., confirming her suspicions. Samantha relaxed yet again, laying back into her pillow. She had no intention of getting up early. She was still quite tired after a very late night. Beside her, Josh stirred in his sleep. "What time is it?" he grumbled, refusing to even open his eyes. "It's about 6:30. Go back to sleep," Samantha replied. Josh turned over in his bed, his breathing once again growing heavy as he drifted off to sleep. She closed her eyes, recalling the events of the previous day. The screams of the infected replaying in her mind, mingled with breaking glass and gunshots. They had nearly killed both she and Josh when they tried to escape their hometown, fleeing the horde of infected, who'd attacked a gang of rioters in the streets, resulting in a violent battle in which many on both sides had been killed. She and Josh were now staying in the family lodge, high up in a section of the Canadian Rockies, known as Black Mountain. Here the infected should be unable to reach them, as the lodge was in a very remote and treacherous section of the mountains, one that was not at all well known, meaning that no one should be able to find them up there. The only place nearby was an abandoned sanatorium, one that hadn't been used in decades, not since some mine collapse in the early 1900s, one which had killed a number of miners. Samantha managed to finally slip back into sleep. As she wondered just what she and Josh would do now, her body slowly relaxing into the soft mattress beneath her, Josh's presence serving to comfort her. For hours she slept peacefully, warm beneath thick blankets, finally able to relax after that long day. Well, their sleep was so deep that neither of them heard the muffled gunshots from down in the valley. A faint echoing boom that was just barely audible, one hardly loud enough to disturb the sleepers. Eventually Samantha began to stir in her sleep, as her dreams became more bizarre. In the dream she found herself walking through the forest nearby where the lodge was, along the same path she and Josh had travelled earlier that day. When they'd first arrived at the land which his family owned, it was dark outside, with a full moon hanging low in the sky above her head, illuminating the forest with its pale light, which cast long shadows across the forest floor. Samantha glanced around her, as a feeling of unease began to grow in her. She could sense that someone was watching her. She scanned the tree line, freezing in place, her pulse quickening upon seeing that she was surrounded on all sides by a collection of masked figures, dressed in black robes, who stood silently, clutching bows and arrows in their hands, partially concealed behind the trunks of trees. Their masks were bizarre and ornate, carved to be like animals, painted with bright and garish colours, like something she would have expected to see worn by some jungle tribe. The masked men all whispered in a language, one she did not recognize. Not one of the figures moved, standing motionless, with only their cold, uncaring eyes visible. They eyed Samantha as a hunter would its prey, with a detached sort of hostility. She cast a sweeping, nervous glance behind her, only to see even more of the masked figures, crouched in the bushes behind her, staring up at her with unnerving intensity. They moved slowly, rising to their feet, with the daggers held in their hands. "Josh!" she shouted, her hand reaching for her sword as she retreated up the path. All at once a shrill shriek exploded from the trees which surrounded her, startling Samantha and making her ears ring. The shriek came from the masked men, who stood blowing into bizarre whistles, ones that produced this bizarre noise that filled the air. As Samantha fled, she could hear the rhythmic beat of drums in the distance, pounding at a fast and violent pace. The masked figures in the tree line stayed where they were, refusing to draw any closer to Samantha, instead choosing to stare her down with their cold, pitiless eyes. The men who had been crouched in the bushes behind her slowly followed Samantha, their daggers held at their side. "Stay back!" she shouted, running towards the entrance to the gondola. The men pursuing her said nothing, as they advanced on her with their long daggers. Samantha had nearly reached the gate that led to the gondola, when one of the masked figures stepped into her path, blocking her only escape. She responded by drawing her sword. "Get out of the way!" she demanded, pointing her blade at the man who stood in her path. He shook his head, reaching back into his quiver for an arrow. "You will die here in the wilderness, beyond the reach of the man," growled the masked figure, in a voice that sent a chill down Samantha's spine. With a cry of rage, she buried her sword in his chest. The masked figure fell to his knees, disappearing in a puff of black smoke. Well, this puzzled Samantha. She looked for the man she'd stabbed, glancing around the forest, to find that she was now alone. None of the masked figures were there to be seen. All of them had vanished, seemingly into thin air. Samantha awakened with a quiet gasp. The unnerving dream had ended, making her wonder just where on earth it had come from. The masks which the strangers had worn seemed familiar in some way, as if she'd seen them before, though she wasn't sure where. Perhaps she'd seen them in some class, or as part of some film, one she was unable to recall completely. The masked men's whistles had sounded like human shrieks, piercing the night air with their shrill and ear-splitting cries. Samantha had never heard a sound similar to what they had produced, and knew no instrument that could produce one. She turned over in bed to glance over at her digital clock, finding that it was just after 8 a.m. She rolled onto her back yet again, allowing the unnerving dream to fade from her mind. As she snuggled up in the warmth of her blankets, Samantha thought of the radio downstairs, one which might be able to pick up communications from other survivors. From their position atop Black Mountain, she and Josh were able to receive signals from quite far away, due to an old ranger's radio tower which was located on the mountain not far from where they were. If she or Josh could somehow pick up a signal from either the police or the military, then perhaps they could learn more about the fate of the rest of the country. And so far they knew little to nothing, other than that their town had been overrun and destroyed. Well, they presumed that other towns had been destroyed too, or their residents had sealed themselves up at home. After all, they'd hardly encountered any motorists on their long drive to the remote lodge. Samantha sat up in bed, shivering in the cold morning air. Josh was still sleeping, and she decided to head downstairs without him, not wishing to disturb him. Slipping on a housecoat and her slippers, she crept out of their bedroom, taking her sword with her, as she was still unnerved from her vivid dream, which was very fresh in her mind. Upon stepping into the corridor beyond her bedroom, quietly closing the door behind her, realizing that it was quite overcast outside, making the corridor still very dark, Samantha retrieved her flashlight before continuing. Shining its bright beam on the walls around her, where various family pictures hung, some she'd herself been a part of. Well, the photos were of happy times, before the tragedy that had killed her best friend, due to that cruel prank played by their former friends. Samantha walked over to the small upstairs window, one that looked out over the valley, which was covered by a layer of snow. The moon was a silvery crescent in the sky, illuminating the valley below with its pale light. Samantha peered over the tops of the trees at the distant abandoned sanatorium, which looked over the deep forest. The old building had always unnerved Samantha. Josh's family had an old squatter removed from it once, some insane old man who'd been stalking the family, one she hoped had moved on to other places. She continued up the corridor, making her way towards the stairs to the first floor. The stairs creaking beneath her. The sitting room was just as she and Josh had left it, lit only by a single small nightlight. The old fireplace with the head of a deer above it greeted her, its eyes black and lifeless. Well, this made Samantha shiver at the thought of the masked men's cold eyes, which had peered out from behind their primal masks. She switched on her flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness, as she stepped onto the first floor. The radio was across from the sitting room, in one of the adjacent bedrooms, which was rarely used. It was where Josh stored the radio equipment. Samantha walked by the couch, where their bags still lay in the same place they'd dropped them the previous night, both of them being so tired that they'd discarded them upon arrival, deciding not to bother with them until the next day. She made her way over to the bedroom, opening its door with an audible creak, switching on the overhead lights. The room was almost bare, with the only furniture being a bed with no sheets and a small table, upon which the old radio sat. The radio had belonged to Josh's father before it had become his. Often he and Josh had sat listening to it late at night, as they could pick up every distant talk radio station, from as far away as New York City. Samantha smiled as she thought of all the happy memories he and Josh had had with that old radio. Sitting on the bed, she reached over and switched it on, turning its dial to find a clear station. Most of what she found were music stations, ones with no one speaking on them, as the same set of songs played on repeat. It seems that the whole country had been affected, as she was unable to find any chatter from survivors. She tried to remember the frequency Josh had told her about, one that was for the RCMP dispatch station, one which Josh had picked up before, when he and his sister had been using the radio. Samantha slowly twisted the knob, moving it to the place she remembered to be cracked. She found only static, which continued for a few brief moments, only to be replaced by a man's panicked shouts, as he made a frantic distress call. "Dispatch, this is Unit 119. Our station is surrounded by the infected. We need backup ASAP." The man screamed. Samantha could hear the sounds of explosions and rapid gunfire in the background, as the station was attacked by the infected. "Unit 119, we have no backup at this time. We've lost contact with nearly all of our bases. Please attempt to hold out until we can manage to send someone," replied a woman's voice. "No, we won't last that long. We need backup now. Our ammunition is nearly depleted," retorted Unit 119. Glass broke in the background, and a man was heard screaming, only to be cut off by the screams of dozens of infected. The radio then went silent, without another word being spoken. Samantha wished there was some way she could communicate with the dispatcher. However, she could not. With a sigh, she turned away from the radio, deciding to start breakfast before Josh woke up. We should go and see where the RCMP station is. If any of its radio equipment is still intact, then we could use it to contact the dispatcher you heard. She must know something about what's going on, suggested Josh. He sat across from Samantha at the breakfast table, a steaming spoon of baked bean raised to his mouth. You really want to take that risk? That station was overrun by the infected. It's sure to be very dangerous. Besides, we only have so much gas left in the SUV, and it took us so long to get here, she reminded him. Josh nodded. Yeah, it would be risky. If only there was somewhere closer we could go. We have to talk to someone out there. I can't imagine us just sitting here until our food runs out, stated Josh. Samantha nodded, continuing to eat her breakfast. She looked past Josh, staring out of the kitchen window at the snowy slopes of Black Mountain. A narrow path snaked its way up the side of the mountain, leading to an old ranger's tower, sitting near the mountain summit. The tower had been there for some time. Samantha could recall seeing a couple of RCMP officers who had come to inspect the tower just a few months before the outbreak. It was then that an idea occurred to her. She glanced back at Josh, unsure of whether she should even tell him. The old tower could hold what they needed. However, it was very close to the place where Josh's sisters had died, and neither of them were keen on returning to the site, as it was certain to bring back painful memories for both of them. However, Samantha could still see no point in travelling all the way to the RCMP station, where they might have such equipment in their backyard. We could always, go see the old radio tower. The rangers likely left some sort of equipment there, she suggested. Yeah, you're right. I can't believe I never thought of that to begin with, Josh agreed. I mean, it's been there the whole time, right under our noses, he stated. Good, I must admit. Well, I'd like to find out more myself. There has to be someone alive out there, stated Samantha. She slid her empty bowl across the table, rising to her feet. We should go now before another snowstorm has time to roll in, she suggested. Yeah, good idea. We shouldn't have to go too far. The tower is only a short hike away, he agreed. She got dressed, pulling on her jacket and snow boots. Samantha and Josh stepped out of the cabin, their boots crunching in the snow beneath their feet. Dark grey snow clouds hanging in the air, with no sun in sight. The air was frigid with flurries of snowflakes falling from the sky. Samantha pulled on a thick pair of gloves, wrapping a scarf tightly around her neck. The two of them began their slow walk towards the old trail, walking uphill, past a small shed which sat in Josh's backyard. Above them the Canadian flag flapped in the breeze, hanging from the flagpole which Josh's father had installed. The trail ahead was long and narrow, rocky and treacherous, covered by at least a few feet of snow. It snaked sharply uphill, winding around the side of the mountain. The path had a sheer, rocky drop-off, one that went far down into the valley below. Oh, watch your step. I doubt anyone could survive a fall from these heights, stated Josh. He looked up the trail at the distant tower, where he hoped to find a working ham radio. The trail was slippery, making progress very slow. Samantha grasped the thin trunks of nearby trees to steady herself, as she tried to keep a safe distance from the edge of the cliff. Where she stood, she could see off for a great distance, over the tops of nearby trees, to the distant highway beyond. The terrain was very rocky on the cliffside, making Samantha more than a little nervous about Josh, who was a few steps ahead of her, moving swiftly, eager to get to the old tower. The old path made Samantha uneasy, as it was very close to the place where Hannah and Bethany had fallen to their deaths. The spot had been blocked off by a section of crime scene tape, which blew loosely in a gust of wind. Their bodies had never been recovered, having fallen somewhere in the valley below. Does it bother you to return here? I know it must be difficult to be back, stated Samantha. Well, I'm not keen on it, Josh replied. He glanced over the cliff's edge, wondering just what on earth had become of his sisters. He and Samantha had reached the top of the trail. Stepping up onto a section of wood boards placed there by the rangers, Josh looked down at his feet, noticing an object sitting between the boards, one that had fallen between them some time ago. Upon picking the object up, Josh felt his heart sink in his chest. It was a cell phone, one that he recognized. The phone was bright pink with unicorn stickers on its back. Josh turned it over in his hands, looking at its screen. There was no mistaking it. The phone was his sister's. He hadn't seen it since her death, over a year before. "Samantha, you need to take a look at this," he shouted, turning to face her, his hands trembling as he held the phone. "What is it?" Samantha inquired, rushing to his side. Her eyes widened as she saw what was in his hand. "Where on earth did you find that?" she gasped. "It's right where you're standing, between those old boards," Josh informed her. Samantha gave him a bewildered look. "How is that phone still here? The police investigated Hannah and Bethany's deaths. There's no way they would overlook something like this," she pointed out. "Could I see the phone?" she inquired, and Josh handed it to her. The phone seemed to be undamaged as far as Samantha could tell. It was, of course, freezing cold, but that was the extent of the damage. "How on earth did this get here? Do you think she might have dropped it when she fell?" muttered Samantha. Josh shook his head. "Maybe, though. If she had dropped it in the fall, I'd have expected its screen to be cracked. She and Bethany fell from very high up," observed Josh. Samantha handed him back the phone. "I wonder how long this was here. There's no way it still works," Josh replied, putting the phone in his pocket. "We'll have to try charging it when we get home. Maybe it can tell us something about what happened that night," Samantha replied. They walked the rest of the way to the tower, following the winding trail to the edge of a distant cliff. The tower rested just off of the trail, in a small clearing, surrounded by maple trees. The tall tower was old and rusted, after years of abuse by the elements. A single old ladder led to its top, one that Samantha was less than trustful of. "You're not really going to climb that, are you? It's practically ancient," she inquired, glancing over at Josh. "That shouldn't be a problem. I think it'll hold my weight," Josh replied. He placed a single foot on the lowest rung of the ladder. Slowly placing his full weight on the ladder, it loudly creaked and groaned. "See, it's perfectly sturdy," Josh muttered, his voice uncertain. "I'm not climbing that. I'll be waiting here when you get back. Be careful," Samantha replied. "Here, take this. I don't want it breaking if I fall," Josh requested, holding his sister's phone out to Samantha. She took it from him and stood back, watching as Josh scaled the ladder. He made quick progress, ignoring the groaning and creaking of the ladder below him, which just managed to hold his weight. Once he'd reached the top, Josh crawled into the tower via a trapdoor on its bottom. The interior of the tower was covered in a layer of dust, and it smelt strongly of mildew. No one had been there for over a year, not since its radio had last been serviced. Josh glanced around, looking at old filing cabinets which lined the walls of the tower. The old radio sat just a few feet from where Josh had entered the tower, and upon further inspection it seemed to be in good working order. Josh switched it on, turning the dials to several different stations, until he came to the RCMP station, which Samantha had been listening to earlier that day. "Hello? Is anyone there? I'm calling from the old ranger station on Black Mountain. I was told that I could reach someone on this frequency," Josh declared. For a moment he stood, waiting, wondering if the woman Samantha had heard would respond. "Hello? My name's Amanda. I'm a dispatcher for the RCMP. Who am I speaking to?" she inquired. Josh smiled, glad that he was finally able to contact someone. Samantha stood at the bottom of the tower, looking up the rusted ladder which Josh had climbed. The wind howled, chilling her to the bone. Another snowstorm was on its way. She could see its grey clouds in the distance, approaching rapidly. She wished Josh would take what he needed and come back quickly. She wasn't keen on staying out any longer than they had to. The forest was quiet, with the distant sound of wolves being carried on the wind. It was eerie being alone. Her dream the night before had greatly unnerved her. She turned back to the ladder, watching the tree line that surrounded her, almost expecting to find the masked figures waiting for her there, their shrill whistles clutched in their hands. The forest was deserted, its trees swaying gently in the wind. It concealed no hidden dangers. She and Josh were truly alone. Samantha took out the cell phone Josh had handed her, looking at it yet again. It was in very good condition, a fact that surprised Samantha, as she would have expected it to be frozen solid or soaking wet after over a year on the cold ground of the slopes. On a whim, she pressed its power button, not expecting anything to happen. Her jaw dropped when the phone flickered to life for a split second, flashing an image of one of the animal masks from her dream. The image was only on the screen for a second, before the phone's battery died completely. The shock of seeing the image nearly made her drop the phone, as her heart began to race. It made no sense. How on earth had the phone held a charge for that long? Surely it should have stopped working long ago. Samantha had no explanation for this. She had to know why such an image was on Hannah's phone. It made no sense how a mask she'd seen in her dreams could be connected to Hannah. She tried to get the screen to turn back on, but it had died entirely. The phone would be of no use without a charge. A sound above her startled Samantha, making her reach for her sword. To her relief, she found that it was only Josh, coming back to her with the radio equipment. "Oh, I'm glad you're back," she sighed, deciding that she would not mention what she'd seen to Josh. If she told him that she'd seen a mask from her dreams on his dead sister's phone, then he might think her mad. Josh descended the ladder, dropping to the ground beside Samantha. "What did you manage to find up there?" Samantha inquired. Josh turned to look at her, brushing snow off of his jacket. "Oh, there was a working two-way radio, which I used to make contact with the dispatcher you spoke with earlier. Her name's Amanda, and she told me that most of the RCMP stations have been overrun by the infected," he informed her. "Oh, I'm glad she's still alive. I must admit I feared the worst after the transmission I heard from the RCMP station." "Did Amanda tell you what happened to the rest of the stations, the ones that hadn't been overrun?" asked Samantha. "Oh, she's lost contact with mostly all of them, except for a handful in small towns, which were isolated from the outbreaks in the cities. Look, Amanda warned me not to travel to any large city unless I'm prepared for a fight," Josh informed her. Samantha sighed. This had not been what she wanted to hear. She knew the infection had been bad, but had no idea how fast it would spread. She stood silently for a moment, thinking over what Josh had just said. "Let's hope we don't have to go into any cities. If we do, we're going to need more people," she replied, and Josh nodded. "Well, we should go home. Another storm's on the way, and I prefer to get a fire going in the bedroom before it arrives," said Josh. Samantha was about to reply when a sudden shout made her look towards the forest. The noise made Josh raise his shotgun, fearing that one of the infected was about to rush them. Samantha drew her sword, looking up to find that a young woman had charged out of the tree line. Well, she appeared to be in bad shape, wearing ragged clothes and bleeding from a wound on her arm. "Help, please," she shouted. "Wait, stop right there," Josh screamed, pointing his shotgun at her. She froze, throwing up her arms. "Don't shoot. I'm not one of them," she shouted. Samantha looked the woman over, her eyes widening as she recognized her. "Jess!" she gasped, shocked to see her former friend again. Neither she nor Josh had seen Jess in over a year, not since her boyfriend Michael had pulled that prank that God and Josh's sisters killed. Jess was in a bad condition after running through rough terrain for almost a mile, fleeing from something. "How on earth did you get here?" Josh growled. He wasn't eager to see Jess again, not after what her boyfriend had done. "I escaped from the abandoned sanatorium just up the mountain. There's this group of people staying there. Bad people," she explained. Samantha drew closer to Jess, looking her up and down. "You're hurt," she stated. Jess nodded. "Michael tried to shoot me. I think he's with whoever's staying in the sanatorium. Oh, I don't know what's wrong with him. He's been acting strange for a long time," she stammered, trembling like a leaf. The wound didn't appear to be too bad. It was a simple graze wound, one that Samantha would be able to deal with easily. She turned to look at Josh. "We need to take her back to the lodge. I can see to her wounds. They're not too bad," she stated. Josh frowned. "You really want to help her?" he asked, glaring over at Jess. "Yes, we can't just leave her like this. Besides, she might be able to tell us more about what happened on the night we lost your sisters," reasoned Samantha. Josh groaned, lowering his shotgun. "Fine," he muttered. Hours later, back at the lodge, Samantha sat on the couch next to Jess. Her wounds had proven not to be as bad as she thought, being mostly cuts and bruises, with a single graze from a bullet on her arm. Samantha had disinfected and cleaned it, wrapping a bandage around Jess's arm. "There, that should stop any infections from setting in," Samantha said, and Jess nodded. "Thank you," she replied. Samantha nodded in response, glancing over at Josh, who sat across from them. "Did you charge Hannah's cell phone?" inquired Samantha. "Yeah, I put it on charge as soon as we got home a few hours ago. Should be done by now," replied Josh. He stood up and walked across the room, retrieving Hannah's phone from where he'd left it. The phone was fully charged when Josh checked it. He then picked it up from the table, scrolling through all of the photos and videos his sister had taken before she passed, his eyes narrowing as he came across several bizarre pictures, ones which he'd never seen before, that didn't look like something his sister would have photographed. "Samantha, take a look at these. I've no idea where she took them, but they're really strange," announced Josh. He handed the phone to Samantha, who gasped upon seeing an image of the same sort of mask she'd seen in her dreams. "Josh, I know this is going to sound as if I've gone mad, but I've seen this mask before," she told him. "Where did you see it?" inquired Josh. "In a dream, one I had last night. Well, at first I thought nothing of it. Then I saw the same mask on Hannah's phone. It can't be a coincidence," Samantha replied. Josh sat down across them. "What does this all mean?" he inquired, glancing from Samantha to Jess. "Jess, I need you to tell me what happened the night my sisters died. Start from the beginning and don't even think of lying to me." "I'm sorry about what happened to Hannah and Bethany. I didn't want to be a part of all that. Michael forced me. He would have killed me if I refused," informed Jess. "What on earth are you talking about?" Josh demanded. Sitting across from Jess, he glared at her with hate in his eyes. Jess sighed. "Please let me explain. None of this is my fault," she pleaded. "It all started a few weeks before the incident." And then she began. Part 3. Jess sat on the couch, listening to blaring rock music, which pulsed loudly from speakers on the table beside her, making the floor of the lodge vibrate. She sat in front of an ornate fireplace, above which the stuffed head of a moose stared down at her, its glassy eyes reflecting her own face back at her like twin mirrors. A fire roared in the hearth, washing the room with its warmth, keeping the cold mountain air at bay. She watched with a bored and annoyed expression as Josh and Samantha made out on the couch across from her, moaning and exploring each other with their hands. The two had been like this for weeks, ever since Hannah had introduced them a few months before. They'd been inseparable, and Jess found it completely annoying. She never wanted to go to the party at the mountain lodge without her friends, who normally never left her side. Well, had she known that nearly all of them would have fallen sick the same day, then she would not have agreed to go. Jess stood up from the couch, stretching and glancing across the room, trying to shake off the feeling of annoyance which had rose up inside her. The sitting room was very dark, with the only light in the room coming from a flat-screen TV on the wall. It was tuned to the news, where some reporter droned on about a new fungal infection which had been discovered in Mexico. It was supposedly a very dangerous infection, one that the CDC was investigating. Jess walked past the television, letting the newscaster's voice fall on deaf ears. She'd heard enough of this fear-mongering. It was all her parents ever listened to at home. She walked across the sitting room, past the old grandfather clock on the wall, which told her that it was just after 11:45 p.m. Jess made her way towards the kitchen, hoping to find some of the booze which Matthew had left in the kitchen. She walked past Christopher, who sat slumped in a chair, having had one too many beers. He snored loudly, an empty bottle lying on the floor next to his foot. Jess scoffed. It seems like some people are unable to hold their liquor, she thought, sneering at Christopher as she went by. She made her way to the kitchen, stepping inside and glancing around to see where Matthew had left the beers. Well, Jess was dismayed to be greeted by the sight of Michael, who sat at the kitchen table, as if waiting for her. She felt a rush of anger and fear at seeing Michael again. He was the last person which she'd wanted to encounter. Michael was her ex-boyfriend, and they'd not parted on good terms. Her father had almost called the police on Michael after a particularly scary interaction in which he'd broken into their family home. Michael had been very angry with Jess ever since she'd left him, due to his, terrible attitude and massive ego. Michael was a brooding and angry young man, quick to become angry over even the slightest offence, and he was strong as an ox, working in manual labour for his uncle, a Jesuit priest, who needed his aid around the monastery lifting heavy boxes and other tasks, which the old man had trouble doing himself. Michael sat at the table, smoking a cigarette, which hung from one corner of his mouth, its burning tip illuminating the side of his face, which was fixed in a permanent frown. "Hello, Jess. It's been a long time," he muttered, looking at her with his cold, deadpan eyes. She could feel the hate which radiated up from those eyes. Michael was evidently still very angry over her breakup with him. Jess turned to leave, deciding that the beer was not worth encountering Michael for. The last thing she wanted to do was argue with him. She was dismayed to find her path blocked by Emily, Michael's new girlfriend. Emily had once been friends with Jess, up until the point that she'd broken up with Michael. After that, the two had drifted apart, as Emily became moody and withdrawn. She was dressed from head to toe in black, with a pentagram hanging around her neck. Emily glared at Jess with a look of distrust, her eyes narrowing into slits. "We need to talk to you now," she demanded. "I have nothing to say to either of you," spat Jess, and she moved to push Emily aside, only to be grabbed from behind by Michael, who flung her roughly into a chair. "Stop all this nonsense. Emily and I have something to tell you, something which you're going to listen to," he dictated. "What do you want? I told you I wanted nothing to do with you," growled Jess. She moved to stand up, only to have Michael shove her back down, even more roughly than he had the first time. "Sit down and listen. We need you, Jess. You're going to help us tonight," replied Michael. Emily moved to stand beside Josh, waiting off to the side as he spoke. "Tonight we're going to pull a bit of a prank, one that you're going to help us with," Michael instructed. "What prank are you talking about?" inquired Jess. "Oh, we won't share details. It's best if you don't know. All you have to do is deliver a note to Hannah, and we'll take care of the rest," Michael informed her. Jess shook her head. "You can't force me to do this. I don't want to talk to you," she stated. Michael was growing annoyed at her refusal. He and Emily had serious plans, and Jess was proving to be a problem for them. He grew tired of her resistance. If she kept it up, he was apt to lose his temper, which meant he might end up hurting her. "I'm only going to ask nicely once," he growled, getting in Jess's face. She pulled away from him, glaring back at him. "Why on earth are you so desperate to pull this prank? Don't the two of you have anything better to do?" she inquired. Michael shook his head, taking the note for Hannah from his pocket. "Slide this under her door," Michael commanded. Jess took the note from him, shoving it angrily into her pocket. "Fine. Now, leave me be," she replied, standing up from the table. Jess was shaken by the sight of Michael. He still intimidated her. She recalled with vivid detail the incident which had resulted in her father banning Michael from her home. It had occurred about a week after she'd broken up with him. One Saturday, early in the morning, Jess had awoken to a pounding on her door. Groggily, she'd stumbled downstairs, opening her front door to find Michael glaring at her. "What are you doing here? I told you we're finished. Stop harassing me. Do you have any idea how early it is?" whispered Jess. She was less than pleased that he'd chosen to wake her up so early on a Saturday. She had the door open only part of the way, with a security chain preventing it from fully opening. Jess was about to slam the door shut when Michael rammed his shoulder into it, breaking the chain and sending Jess sprawling to the cold floor. Jess had been wearing nothing but a thin nightgown, which meant she had no protection against the cold air which flowed through the door, leaving her shivering on the freezing hardwood floor. Michael had been about to say something when Jess's father burst into the room. "What is all this racket?" he shouted, glaring over at Michael. He then looked down at Jess, concern growing on his face. She rose to her feet, glaring at Michael. "He forced his way into our home. I told him last week that I want nothing to do with him," stated Jess. Her father glared at Michael. "What is wrong with you? What makes you think you can just break into my house and scare my daughter like this? I should call the police, and I will if you don't leave now," he barked. Michael paid him no attention, his eyes fixed on Jess. For a moment he stood still, looking her over with predatory eyes, and then he turned and left without speaking a single word. That look in his eyes still unnerved Jess. It had been one of pure evil intent. If her father had not been home, then she shuddered to think what Michael might have done to her. He could be very cruel when angry, which is one of the many reasons she'd broken up with him. Turning her back on Michael and Emily, she stormed out of the kitchen, grabbing one of the beers which Matthew had brought on her way out, barging back into the sitting room, and slamming the door behind her with a loud thud. Christopher was gone, evidently having stumbled off to bed during her interaction with Michael and Emily. The loud sound of the door slamming behind Jess alerted Josh and Samantha, who'd been quickly making their way upstairs, hand in hand, preparing to finish what they'd started on the couch in their bedroom. They glanced back in her direction, wondering why she was up so late. After a brief and awkward moment, the two of them continued on their way, heading quickly to their bedroom. And this left Jess alone in the sitting room, with a note in her pocket. Hannah's room was down the hall from the sitting room, across from where Bethany was staying. The twins had likely already gone to bed, as was their usual habit. It was already very late, well past dark, and an eerie silence had settled over the sitting room. All Jess could hear was the quiet ticking of the old grandfather clock on the wall, its constant noise serving to make her even more uneasy. She wished that she'd gone to bed without getting her beer, then perhaps she would never have had that encounter with Michael. Jess walked down the hall to Hannah's door, glancing behind her to see if anyone had noticed her. She didn't want to be seen giving Hannah the note. Taking the note from her pocket, she prepared to slide it under the door, not wanting to anger Michael. Before she slid the paper away, a wave of curiosity gripped her. She wondered just what was on that note. It had to be something specific. Jess had made a decision, choosing to read the note for herself. She wanted to see what sort of prank Michael had in mind. The note was a small, folded slip of paper, one that appeared to have been ripped off from a notebook. Jess unfolded it, using the flickering light of the fireplace to read it. Her brow furrowed when she saw what it was. The note contained only a single symbol, drawn in a dark black ink. The symbol was a representation of the sun, with the letters IHS written below it. Well, this puzzled her to no end. What is this? Is this some sort of inside joke? Why did Michael go to such great lengths to get this to Hannah? She thought. Jess hadn't been expecting the note to be so cryptic. She had no idea what it meant. Shrugging her shoulders, she shoved it underneath Hannah's door, assuming that it was some sort of inside joke between her and Michael, one which only he and Hannah understood. Jess opened her beer, taking a long drink from it as she made her way upstairs, hoping that the alcohol would help her relax. She was tired after a long day, ready to get into a nice warm bed for the night. She didn't understand what was going on between Michael and Hannah, though she was distrustful of Michael. Jess had decided that it was ultimately none of her business. The last thing she wanted was to get involved with Michael again. As she climbed the stairs, Jess glanced behind her, looking back at the sitting room. Much to her astonishment, she could see both Michael and Emily standing motionless in the sitting room, staring up at Jess from behind animal masks. Neither of them spoke, standing side by side, their arms linked, next to the chair in which Christopher had passed out. For a moment, Jess stood staring at them, her mouth growing dry as she swallowed, her heart pounding in her chest as she became more and more unnerved by the pair of them. She could see their eyes behind the masks, eyes which were devoid of emotion, soulless and cold. "What are you two doing?" inquired Jess, her voice quivering with fear. Michael raised a single finger, pointing it at Jess. "Go to bed," he commanded, in a harsh and angry whisper. Glaring at her with his cold eyes, Jess was shaking as she turned away, nearly tripping on her way upstairs. She stumbled to her room, tossing herself inside and sitting down on her bed. Michael watched Jess leave. He enjoyed the terror and unease on her face. The way she'd fled from him, it brought out a deep predatory instinct in him, one that made him want to chase after her, to silence the loudmouth girl once and for all. It had taken great pains to get her by herself at the lodge. For weeks he'd followed Jess in her daily commutes, watching where she went and which friends she spent the most time with. He had poisoned several of her friends the morning before Jess travelled to the lodge, to make sure that her little group of friends weren't there to help her when he cornered her in the kitchen. Michael hated Jess, finding her loud and annoying. He couldn't believe that he'd actually dated her. Well, it was evident that she was more than a little afraid of him, as she should be, and knowing this brought Michael no small amount of pleasure. This wasn't the first time he'd felt that way. It happened often. His uncle had been part of a very old order, one which was known for its violent nature, using their appearance as benign priests to cover up their terrible deeds. Michael had done many terrible deeds himself. Both he and his uncle had blood on their hands. If Jess failed to do what he'd told her, then he'd likely end up hurting her, as his patience was wearing very thin. Without a word, he stalked forward, making his way through the sitting room, a wide grin spreading over his face. When he listened to the news anchor talk about the new fungal infection, well, Michael hoped that the infection would be deadly, his psychopathic mind conjuring images of all the destruction that such an affliction would cause to the world. Perhaps it would make its way to Canada, where it might infect Jess, silencing her loud mouth forever. He made his way over to the corridor in which Hannah and Bethany's rooms were. Their doors were closed, meaning that they'd already gone to bed for the night. Michael approached the door to Hannah's room, placing an ear against it to hear if she was asleep. He'd instructed her to stay awake. If she was sleeping, then he would be less than pleased with her. Emily was just a few paces behind him, keeping her head down as she walked. They both knew the serious nature of the task which they were to carry out that night. For weeks they'd planned it, convincing Hannah to play a part in it, a task which had been more than a little difficult. She had been unwilling at first. The three of them would be heading into the old mine shafts near the lodge to take part in an occult ritual, one which they'd made Jess and Hannah think was harmless, to stop her from realizing just what they intended to do. Michael quietly opened Hannah's door, glancing inside her room to see that she'd been expecting him. She sat on the bed, wearing the mask which he'd given her. Evidently she'd received the note from Jess, and this was welcome news. It meant that Michael would no longer have to hurt Jess for failing him. Doing so would have been a difficult task, considering she slept in the next room to Josh and Samantha, who would have certainly heard her screams. "Come with me. Keep very quiet. We want no disruptions tonight," whispered Michael. He then left without saying another word, expecting Hannah to keep up with him. He told her to get dressed and be ready to leave the lodge the moment she received the note, as he would be along to collect her soon afterwards. Michael didn't even bother to glance behind him, making his way to the front door of the lodge. It was a cold night, one with a bright full moon in the sky. He quietly opened the door, stepping out into the frigid night air. It was colder than he'd expected. A bitter wind blew through the air, chilling Michael to the bone, even beneath the heavy coat which he wore. Emily and Hannah followed him. As he stepped out into the backyard, his boots were crunching in the snow, and the full moon illuminated the yard around him, its silvery light reflecting off the surface of the snow. He looked at the path which led up the side of the mountain. There was an old ranger's tower at its end, one that he and Josh had discovered before, during one of their hikes. Michael led Emily and Hannah down a narrow path, which sloped down the side of Black Mountain, leading the opposite direction to the ranger's tower. This path led to the old mine shaft, one that had been closed many years before, following a deadly mine collapse which had occurred at the turn of the century. Michael had stumbled across the entrance to the mines while out with Josh and a few of their friends. He'd been the only one to actually enter the mines, as the rest of his friends had held back. Well, Michael blamed Samantha for this, as she'd been with them that day. It had been she who'd warned Josh against going into the mines, as they were very old, with a high likelihood that they might collapse at any moment. Ever since that day, the mines had called to Michael, pulling him in like a moth to a flame. He couldn't explain why. It was as if they held some sort of power, one which he could sense. He knew several people had died in the collapse nearly a century before, and this thought gave him a morbid sense of satisfaction regarding the ritual which he was to perform. He glanced out at the steep rocky path before him, as he carefully hiked down the mountain. One false step and he'd fall to his death, tumbling down the rocky slope below, breaking his body on a wall of sharp rocks. Michael managed to keep his footing, gripping the stone side of the mountain for support, to keep himself balanced. The entrance to the old mines was just ahead of him, mere paces away. The entrance was marked by an old minecart, which had been discarded after the accident many decades before. The cart was now little more than a wreckage of twisted metal and rotting wood. Michael approached the entrance, which had an old sign hanging over it, one that was so badly rusted that he couldn't read what it once said. He pulled a flashlight from his pocket and turned it on, its bright beam illuminating the entrance to the mine shaft. The ceiling of the shaft was held in place by a number of old, rotted wood beams, which looked as if they could crumble at any moment. Michael turned to his two companions. "Be very careful. Don't bump into any of the pillars, unless, of course, you want the whole mine to come down on our heads," he stated. Both Emily and Hannah nodded. "We'll be careful. You should go first, since you've been in the mines before. Hannah and I will be right behind you," replied Emily. Michael nodded, turning his back to them. He ducked down, stepping into the mine shaft. Its interior was freezing cold and very damp. Water dripped from the ceiling, collecting in puddles on the stone floor, splashing with every step which Michael took, his footfalls echoing on the stone walls around him, making them sound even louder than they really were. He led the way down the narrow shaft, the beam of his flashlight illuminating the area ahead of him. The interior of the cave was pitch black, forcing Hannah and Emily to stay very close to him, or risk getting lost in the darkness that surrounded them. The tunnels within the mines twisted and turned, bringing them deeper and deeper into the mountain. Michael was following an old set of railway tracks, which had once been used to guide minecarts down into the mineral-rich mines, to bring up loads of coal and steel ore. The track went on for some time, until they arrived at a turn in the tunnel, one that led to a much wider chamber. As they walked, a small shack came slowly into view, materializing out of nowhere. The old shack had once been used as a utility shed by the miners. It was in terrible condition, having been left to the elements since the accident which had caused the mines to be abandoned. The wood which the shack had been built from was badly rotten, to such a degree that Michael often thought that it might fall down at the slightest touch. An old card puncher hung from the side of the shack, having once been used by the workers every day. He scanned the chamber in which they now found themselves with the beam of his flashlight, revealing an assembly of broken and rusty machinery, all of which had been part of the former mining operation. The machines were in pieces, having fallen apart many years before. Michael had no idea what each machine had once been used for, as he knew next to nothing about the business of coal mining. The whole cave made Hannah feel uneasy. She glanced over at Michael, her face covered by the animal mask which he'd made her wear. She wished that they'd brought Bethany or Samantha along, as she would have preferred to have one of her friends with her in the mines. She hoped that the ritual would be as much fun as Michael had told her it would be, to justify having to walk through these mines, which were cold and unnerving, making Hannah think of horror movies which she and Josh and Samantha had watched. Michael looked past all the ruined machines at an old elevator which sat on the far side of the room. It was just as ancient as the machines were, rusted and in bad shape. The first time Josh had travelled to the mines, he'd been astonished to find that the elevator still worked. It was likely very unsafe, having not been used in over 100 years. However, Michael cared very little for his own safety or that of his friends. "This way. We'll be taking the lift down to the lower levels of the mine. That's where the ritual will be performed," instructed Michael. "Are you sure we have to go that deep? The elevator doesn't look even safe. You can't seriously want to use it," Hannah inquired, speaking aloud for the first time since they'd left the lodge. Michael turned to face her, shining his light into her eyes. "What did I tell you?" he grunted, glaring at her. Hannah raised a hand to shield her eyes from the bright glare of the flashlight. "You told me to be silent," Hannah replied, and Michael nodded. "Yes, I did, so stop asking questions." Before Hannah could speak to him again, Michael turned his back on her, continuing on his way, surging forward angrily. He regretted even bringing Hannah. She'd never been his first choice, or even his second for that matter. However, he and Emily needed her, as their ritual would be incomplete without her. Michael opened the doors of the elevator, grunting with the effort it took to move them. The doors had nearly rusted shut since his last visit, and they gave off a metallic screech as they were forced open. Michael stepped into the elevator, which groaned loudly beneath his weight. The ride down to the lower levels of the mine was silent. Neither Hannah nor Emily dared to speak, not wanting to anger Michael again, when they reached the lower levels of the mines. All of them disembarked the old elevator, shivering in the cold air of the cave. The level which the ritual was to take place in had been prepared ahead of time. Michael had brought down the necessary items: candles, incense, an obsidian dagger, and a camera mounted on a tripod to record the ritual. "Wait over there," Michael commanded, pointing to the center of the room. He then lit each candle. There were 4 in total, 1 in each corner of the room, representing the 4 cardinal directions. They each gave off a weak, flickering glow, one which cast long shadows on the stone-cold walls of the mines. With this done, Michael turned on the camera, which sat on a tripod near the elevator. The camera was an expensive model, one which had a night vision mode. Michael closed his eyes, chanting in an unknown language. As he slowly walked to the center of the room, picking up the dagger from the ground, Hannah stood in front of him, fidgeting nervously. "What are you doing?" she whispered, giving Michael an uneasy look. She could feel that something wasn't right. They'd told her that the ritual would be fun, that she would enjoy it. So far that had turned out not to be true. Michael was taking it all very seriously, and she now regretted having let him talk her into coming here. She wanted to tell him that she was done, however Michael was having none of it. He motioned to Emily, who grabbed both of Hannah's arms, holding her in place. "What is this? You said this would be fun. Let go of me. I'm done. I want to leave," Hannah protested, struggling against Emily's iron grip. Michael gave Hannah a wide and unnerving smile. He'd lied to her, not telling her his true intentions. He'd never planned a ritual, No, what he wanted was a human sacrifice, to please the dark forces which he served. Hannah would be the first kill he'd made without his uncle being present. It would serve as one of the many rites of passage required to become a full member of the order which his uncle belonged to. The girl struggled, trying to free herself from Emily's grasp, thrashing about and shouting for help. He raised the dagger above his head, chanting in an ancient tongue, his voice alive with fury and bloodlust. His heart was racing as he prepared to kill yet again, to see the sight of fresh blood and smell its coppery scent in the air. The dagger fell, its black blade burying itself in Hannah's chest, cutting through her flesh like butter, silencing her protests and stopping her struggles. Hannah let out a final gasp as her eyes slid closed for the last time. Emily dropped her lifeless body to the stone floor. Stepping over her, both Michael and Emily could feel a surge of power, the act of killing having greatly excited them. There was great power in the spilling of innocent blood. Michael's uncle had proven this to him many times before. Michael's hand shook as he used Hannah's shirt to clean his dagger, being careful not to cut himself when it still raised a sharp edge. He felt like celebrating. Everything had gone just as he hoped that it would. He now stood above Hannah's body, looking down at his handiwork. The girl had bled like a stuck pig, and she now lay in a massive red puddle, which had soaked her clothes entirely. The hard part was over. The girl's body would not be a problem. He doubted that it would even be there for very long, after he and Emily had left. His uncle had told Michael of the creatures which lurked in the mines, cannibalistic monsters, known as Wendigo. These creatures craved human flesh, hunting them for sport. Hannah's body would serve as a sacrifice to these monsters. They would devour her whole, removing any evidence of what he had done. He and Emily made their way back to the old lift, listening as a chorus of distant howls drew closer, the Wendigo smelling Hannah's blood from further back in the cave. Jess lay in bed, listening to the moans of Josh and Samantha in the next room to hers. Normally the sounds of their lovemaking would have annoyed her no end. However, she was now happy just to know that she was not alone, that there were two people within earshot if she were to yell for help. Jess was still shaken from her encounter with Michael and Emily. The two had left about 15 minutes before, taking Hannah with them. All three of them had been wearing the bizarre animal masks, making them look downright terrifying in the bright glow of the full moon above. Jess had watched them through the window, trembling with fear, hoping that they would not see her. After walking a short distance, the three of them had disappeared around a downhill corner of a narrow mountain path. Jess had no idea where they intended to go. She'd waited at the window for about 10 minutes, wondering when the prank would end. She had no idea what Michael might pull, but knowing him, it would likely be very cruel. Jess had been on the verge of returning to bed when she heard the door downstairs slam. Watching as Bethany stepped out into the yard, shining the bright beam of a flashlight around her backyard. She was searching for her sister, as she'd been awoken by the sound of the back door slamming shut. Bethany jogged over to the narrow path which Michael and Hannah had gone down before her, evidently following a set of footprints left in the snow. Jess watched her disappear around the same corner her sister had, wondering what would happen if Bethany were to confront Michael. It was at this point that Jess had had enough. She returned to her warm bed, sliding beneath the blankets, hoping that she could manage to drift off to sleep. It took her several minutes, but eventually she calmed down, relaxing enough to fall into a restless sleep. Samantha and Josh stared at Jess with amazement. "So, you saw Michael and Emily go into the mines with my sisters?" inquired Josh. He stared at Jess with disbelief. Jess nodded. "Yes, both of your sisters went into the mines. Neither of them came out. I tried to tell the police that Michael was involved in what had happened, but they refused to even hear me out." When I told them about the note which I'd been forced to give Hannah, they tried to convince me that it was all a dream," Jess said. Josh hung his head, staring down at his feet. This was the first time he'd heard the full story. At first he'd dismissed his sister's death as a prank gone wrong, something that his former group of friends had done out of spite. Now he understood that nearly all of it had been the sole responsibility of Michael and Emily. "None of this makes sense. Why would the police not listen to you? You had proof against Michael. They should have charged him." "Yeah, it makes more sense now. Someone very high up in the police was working with Michael. This explains why we stumbled across Hannah's cell phone out in the forest. There was never a real investigation. The RCMP knew who the killer was. Someone helped cover Michael's tracks," reasoned Josh. Samantha and Jess exchanged a glance. "If it's true, then who helped Michael get away with what he did, and why?" inquired Samantha. Josh was about to reply when the sound of breaking glass broke the silence, causing all three of them to leap to their feet and turn to face the door. Part 4. Samantha had drawn her sword as she rose to her feet, startled by the sound of breaking glass behind her. Someone had thrown a brick through one of the lodge's front windows, creating a mess on the floor, which was now covered by shattered glass and snow. A freezing cold wind blew inside through the open window, sending shivers down Samantha's spine. A voice from outside called to Josh, making him react with rage when he realized who it was. "Go out, Josh. I need to speak with you," shouted Michael. Josh reacted quickly, grabbing his shotgun from where he'd left it, then charging outside, stopping only to flip on the lodge's exterior lights. "Josh, wait. This could be a trap," Samantha had shouted in an attempt to warn Josh, who ignored her shouts, too angry to pay attention to what she was saying. His desire to confront his sister's killers, drowning out everything else. Samantha and Jess stood silently for a moment as Michael and Josh began to argue outside, shouting at each other in an incensed tone. Samantha sighed, turning to face Jess, who still stood in the same spot. "Come with me. We have to try and help Josh," whispered Samantha. She walked across the living room to the small glass cabinet where Josh's father had kept his guns. Pulling it open, inside he found a bolt-action rifle which his father had used to hunt. Samantha retrieved this gun, picking it up and looking it over. It was still in good condition, despite the fact that it had not been fired for several months. The rifle had been cleaned and oiled before being stored, since Josh made a habit of keeping his guns in working order. Samantha pulled back the bolt, checking to see if it was loaded. She let out a groan of annoyance when she saw that the rifle had no ammunition. "Here, take this," Samantha directed, handing the gun to Jess. She then began to search the cabinet, pulling open drawers and looking beneath spare boxes of shotgun shells. The rifle had only really been used a few times. Josh's father preferred to hunt with a shotgun, as he mostly hunted rabbits. Samantha managed to find a single box of .22 .250 ammunition, which she was fairly certain would work in the rifle. She rose to her feet, handing Jess the box of shells. It was only about half full, which meant that she had about 11 rounds in total. Jess looked at Samantha with confusion. "What am I supposed to do with this?" she inquired, holding up the gun in her arms. "Come with me, I'll show you," Samantha replied. She closed the cabinet, leading Jess up to the second floor. Outside, Josh and Micah were screaming at each other in a heated argument over what had happened to his sisters. Samantha hoped that she and Jess could get into position before anyone started shooting. She had no idea if Michael had brought backup. If he had, then Josh could be in danger. She arrived on the second floor, making her way silently down the hallway. There was a spare bedroom at the end of the hall, one which overlooked the lodge's front porch. It was here that Samantha intended to leave Jess, to give she and Josh covering fire. She reached the door to the spare bedroom, pushing it open with a soft squeak from its worn hinges. The spare room was only sparsely decorated, having nothing but a bed inside, one that had no sheets or pillows upon it. It had hardly ever been used, as most guests of the lodge had stayed on the first floor. Samantha made her way over to the window, peering down to see what was happening outside. The sun was on the verge of setting, which meant that they had less than 10 minutes of light left. Josh stood on the porch, aiming his shotgun at a group of men who had surrounded the lodge. The men were all dressed in black body armor, with the symbol of the sun painted on their breastplates in white. The men's faces were covered by black canvas hoods. There were about 6 of them in total, all with their guns pointed at Josh. Michael stood in the center of all the men. Emily stood beside him, both of them arguing with Josh. Samantha was unable to hear what they were saying. However, the tone of their voices let her know that the argument would soon come to a head. She glanced over her shoulder, motioning for Jess to come and join her. "Load the rifle and wait here by the window. If you see anyone try and shoot Josh or me, you start shooting first," instructed Samantha. Jess walked over to the window, her fingers shaking as she loaded the rifle. She'd only ever shot a gun once, and that had been with BBs. "Try to aim for the chest. It may not kill them right away, but it should at least slow them down," whispered Samantha. She left Jess then by the window, closing the spare room's door behind her. Samantha then crept down the hall, intent on slipping out the back door. She had to get closer to Josh to see if there were any way that she could help him. Samantha had a few smoke bombs on hand, which would prove useful if she had to engage the men with Josh. As she descended the stairs yet again, a sound from outside made her quicken her pace, her heart racing as she realized what it was. The infected had found the lodge, evidently having been drawn in by the loud argument between Josh and Michael. Machine gun fire ripped through the air as one of the men guarding Michael let out a scream. Samantha was sprinting now, running as fast as her legs could carry her. She slammed out the back door of the lodge, stepping out into the dwindling late afternoon sunlight. She circled back round to the front, where fighting had broken out. Dozens of infected had swarmed out of the thick forest, attacking both Josh and Michael's men. The front yard was a scene of carnage. 3 of the black-clad men lay dead, their throats torn out by the infected. Josh, Michael, Emily, and the final black-clad men were all fighting the infected, firing wildly. Josh blew one of the infected attackers' heads apart with a blast of buckshot, pulverizing its skull. He glanced around the yard, stopping his gaze when he saw Samantha. "What are you doing here?" he shouted, pumping his shotgun to eject a spent shell onto the snowy ground. Samantha didn't reply. Instead, she began to make her way over to Josh, who had refocused his attention on the infected attacking he and Michael. Samantha heard the crunching of snow to her left, followed by a loud snarl. She spun to face her attacker, a large, infected man, dressed in the clothes of a construction worker. Drawing her sword, she delivered a cut across his chest, one which knocked the would-be attacker back into the snow. Covering the white surface with his blood, the sound of shrieks and gunshots filled the air, as the group prepared to deal with the rest of their attackers, their grudge against each other temporarily forgotten. Samantha moved towards Josh, flicking the blood from her sword with a snap of her wrist. She hoped to get to him before either Michael or Emily could attempt treachery. She still didn't trust either of them. If what Jess had told her was true, then Michael had been the last person to speak to Josh's sisters. Michael fired a burst of automatic fire at a group of infected, killing 2 of them and hitting a 3rd in the leg, causing it to fall to the ground. He then tried to mow down 2 other infected, dropping his magazine and slapping in a fresh one from his belt. However, the other 2 infected were too fast for him. They came very close to Michael and would have killed him had Emily not shot them at the last second. This annoyed Samantha, as she hoped that Michael might be bitten. She surged forward, finding her path blocked by 2 infected, a man and a woman, both dressed in drab, grey jumpsuits with numbers on the back of them. They rounded on Samantha, screeching at her with rage. She stepped forward to meet them, her blade moving to combat the first attacker. With a single, well-placed strike, she sliced the man's head in two, killing him before he could reach her. He fell off to the side, leaving only the woman to contend with. Samantha refused to allow her time to attack, burying her blade in the woman's chest, then yanking it back out. She gurgled and fell to her knees, allowing Samantha to deliver a slice across her throat. Now she stood next to Josh, who was reloading his shotgun. Most of the small horde of infected had been dealt with, mowed down by their combined firepower. Only a few still remained. A single burst of automatic fire from Michael ended most of them, leaving only a single infected off to their right. Samantha moved quickly forward, stabbing the final attacker in the head. She then spun to face Michael and Emily, who was staring at Samantha with an impressed look. "Well, Sam, I never knew you were so good with a sword. I guess you and Christopher must have played more Dungeons and Dragons than we thought," purred Emily in a mocking tone. She ejected the magazine from her pistol, loading in her last one. "I always had a thing for blades," Samantha replied. She knelt down next to the infected, using the rags he wore to wipe her blade clean before sheathing it. Emily scoffed, giving Samantha a tedious glare. "Enough small talk," she growled, rounding on Josh. "You know what we came here for. Give us Jess and we'll leave," she demanded. Josh shook his head, glaring daggers at Emily. "No, I won't help you, not after what you did to my sisters," he barked, pointing his shotgun at Michael yet again. Emily moved to point her gun at Josh, only to be stopped by the feeling of cold steel pressed against her throat. Her eyes widened as she gave Samantha a shocked look, their eyes meeting for a brief moment. "Holster it," demanded Samantha, keeping the point of her blade on Emily's throat. Emily lowered her gun, sliding it back into its holster before raising both her hands. "Oh, take it easy, Sam. I don't know what Jess told you, but what happened to Hannah was Michael's idea, not mine," Emily pleaded. "Shut up," Michael spat. He wanted to slap Emily then and there, but didn't want Josh shooting him. For a moment, all was silent, with the only audible sound being the wind blowing through the forest around them. "Tell us what happened, now," demanded Josh. Michael refused to answer, standing his ground, even at the end of a gun. "No, we owe you no explanation," he retorted, preparing to attack Josh, no longer caring if Emily died in the crossfire. As the sun above them set, Michael gripped his machine gun, slowly raising it to his shoulder. He wanted to end Josh so that he could capture Jess and go home. Josh surged forward, putting the barrel of his shotgun directly against Michael's skull. "Don't even think of raising that rifle. Tell me something right now. Did you do it? Did you kill them? Did you kill Hannah and Bethany?" Josh shouted. Michael gave him an emotionless expression. "Yes, we did. Both of us. Emily held her while I plunged a dagger into her heart," he replied. Samantha stared at Emily with disbelief, letting what she'd just heard sink in. Hannah had been her best friend, the one who'd introduced her to Josh. Had it not been for her, she and Josh would never have even met. Hannah's loss had been devastating, something that had changed Samantha's life forever, robbing her of her closest friend. "Why did you do it? What did Hannah ever do to you?" shouted Samantha. She pressed her blade closer to Emily's throat, waiting to hear what she'd say in her defense. Emily refused to answer, as she slowly inched her hand towards her pistol, hoping that Samantha wouldn't notice. She silently drew it while keeping her eyes locked with Samantha. She had to die. It was the only way. Her death completed the ritual, Emily explained. Samantha's eyes narrowed, her hands shaking with rage. That's it? That's all you have to say for yourself? You helped kill Hannah over some stupid ritual? She shouted. Emily pointed her pistol at Samantha's gut, hoping that shooting her would make her drop her sword. Her finger brushed the trigger, preparing to shoot. Samantha noticed the gun pointed at her. Stop. Don't even try it. I guarantee I can slice your throat before you pull that trigger, she growled, preparing to end Emily for good. And she would have, had a gunshot not exploded from the second floor of the cabin, as Jess fired at Emily, hitting her in the shoulder. Emily dropped the pistol she'd been holding to the ground, as a stream of blood ran down her arm. She glared at Samantha, wishing that their roles were reversed, that she was the one with her blade to Samantha's throat. She was about to shout some insult into Samantha's face when a sudden roar erupted from the forest behind them, causing them all to spin in its direction. More infected, growled Michael, growing angry at the interruptions to his task. A grey blur bounded into sight, moving faster than any infected Samantha had ever seen. It looked like a skeletal, thin, grey humanoid, one with glowing yellow eyes. It came at them with a supernatural fury, clearing the distance between them with just a few bounds. The creature took hold of Emily, grabbing her by the neck and choking her. Wendigo! Screamed Michael. He fired on the beast with his gun, an action which had little effect on it, as it increased the pressure on Emily's neck. Samantha leapt into action, wielding her sword once again. She slashed at the creature's arm, severing it at the elbow. The Wendigo shrieked in shock and agony, receiving another slash from her bastard sword, this time across its face, blinding one of its eyes. The Wendigo threw itself backwards, scrambling to escape the reach of Samantha's sword, a weapon it had yet to encounter. It shrieked for help, calling for its brethren to come to its aid. Samantha fell back, no longer caring if Michael and Emily escaped. All she could hear was the roars of the Wendigo from all directions. She and Josh retreated to the lodge, leaving Michael and Emily to die. They could hear their combined yells for help, followed by a barrage of gunshots, as they slammed the lodge's front door behind them, barricading it with an old rocking chair which sat in the corner. Help me board up the window. Those things can't be allowed to get in, shouted Josh. He and Samantha rushed over to find something with which they could secure the broken window, running frantically about. They uncovered a few planks of wood left over from a past building project done by Josh's father. The boards had been shoved into a closet, where they'd been forgotten up until that point. Josh used these boards to secure the window, nailing them in place with a few old nails he'd found in a kitchen drawer. After the boards were in place, Jess came down from upstairs, still carrying the rifle Samantha had handed her. I saw what happened out there. What on earth was that thing? She inquired, glancing from Josh to Samantha. That thing was a Wendigo. I read about them. They're supposed to have been only a legend, one told by the First Nations people, replied Samantha. Jess sat down across from them, placing the rifle across her lap. I saw Emily and Michael run off into the woods. A bunch of those Wendigos went after them. I don't think they'll make it. Those things are so strong. It's like nothing I've ever seen, she said. Good. They killed my sisters. Hopefully those things will rip them apart, growled Josh. He stood up, deciding that he'd make a fire in the living room to ward off the remaining Wendigos. For a while, they all sat in front of the fire, listening to the sound of the rushing wind outside. Eventually, all of them went to bed, deciding that they would leave the following morning to travel to a safer place than the lodge. The Last of the Dawn. Part 1. Samantha rode in the passenger seat of the SUV, listening to the quiet, calm music which played from the radio. Josh was driving them down the highway, taking them away from the damaged lodge which they'd spent the night in. The Wendigo which had attacked them had all returned to the mines when the sun had risen that morning, leaving behind only tracks and scratches on their door. Samantha glanced out of her window at the forest and the jagged peaks of the Canadian Rockies which loomed over them. The forest swept slowly by, snow still blanketing everything in it with its solid white coat. Icicles hung from the branches of the nearby trees, slowly dripping water onto the ground below, causing them to sag with their weight. A small herd of deer grazed beneath the cover of some of these hanging branches, pawing the ground to search for clover beneath the snow. Upon hearing the passing vehicle, the deer raised their heads, staring at Samantha with wide black eyes, watching as she and Josh passed by. It had stopped snowing earlier that morning, giving them a temporary break from constant winter storms, which were quite common that far north, where blizzards could be very dangerous. They'd been driving for just over an hour, stopping only once in their journey, to siphon gas from an abandoned car, which had been left on the side of the road, its windshield broken, its driver and passenger side doors left open, as if whoever had been driving had left in a hurry. Samantha glanced beside her at Josh, who was behind the wheel of the SUV, his eyes on the road, driving slowly in the icy conditions. They'd not seen anyone else on the road, not since they'd first arrived at the lodge, after escaping from their hometown. Since then, Jess had joined them, revealing that Michael had intentionally killed Josh's sisters as part of some bizarre ritual he'd done, with the help from Emily. Jess now sat in the back of their SUV, travelling with them to their new home. Josh no longer felt any anger towards her, as she'd been a victim just like his sisters had. In a way, Samantha was glad to finally have Jess back in their group. She'd rather missed having another woman to talk to. Michael had been trying to capture Jess when he attacked, because she'd managed to escape from him at the sanatorium in which he and his uncle were staying. The morning after this attack, Michael and Emily had gone missing, and Samantha assumed them to be dead, but she was unsure of this. Following the attack, they decided to drive over to Strawberry, a nearby alpine town. Josh had made contact with a group of survivors there by radio, and this group was desperate for new members, as several of their people had been killed in a skirmish with a Fedra patrol from America. Once finding out that Samantha had medical training, they'd practically begged she and Josh to come, promising them a place to live in the town. They were meant to meet a small patrol just outside of town, who'd escort them there. Samantha was eager to get far away from the lodge, where the Wendigo stalked the night. The savage creatures had likely killed Michael and Emily, though Samantha was unsure of this fact. No bodies had been found, so the pair could have escaped back to the sanatorium. Michael had wanted to capture Jessica, but she and Josh had stopped him, after a group of infected had killed all of Michael's men, allowing she and Josh to get the upper hand on both he and Emily. Samantha could recall the look of hate in Emily's eyes when she'd held that point of her sword against her throat. If Jess hadn't shot Emily in the shoulder, then she might have shot Samantha or had her throat cut. It was a bitter irony that the gunshot fired by Jess might have been what ultimately saved Emily's life. Samantha sighed, looking down the road. It was an overcast day. Grey snow clouds still hung in the air. Yet another winter storm was approaching, one that would arrive in just a few hours. Down the road, Samantha could see a distant bright red, burning light, one that lit up the whole road, making Samantha sit up in her seat and take notice. "Oh, that must be the patrol. They were supposed to signal us with those red road flares," stated Josh. He drove towards the distant light, eager to see the town which he would soon be calling home. "How many people live in Strawberry? Will we know any of them from before all of this?" inquired Jess. She still sat in the back seat of the SUV, having been silent for most of the drive. Samantha looked at Jess. "I don't know. I don't think very many people survive from home. Yeah, it really was bad there when Josh and I left. Though, I suppose there's always hope replied Samantha. Well, I wouldn't mind seeing Christopher again, commented Josh. And Samantha nodded in agreement, returning her gaze to the road ahead, where two pairs of horses stood tied to a tree, standing next to the lit road flare. The horses were attended by a single man who stood guard over them. The man stopped what he was doing upon seeing the approaching SUV. Josh waved to the man, pulling to the stop not far from where the horses were tied to the tree. "Right, I think this is it," stated Josh, unbuckling his seatbelt. Why is there only one man?" "I thought they were going to send a patrol," replied Samantha. Josh shrugged. "Maybe they're off searching for us," he suggested. Samantha remained unconvinced, though. She undid her seatbelt, stepping out of the SUV. Once outside, a sudden surge of cold wind hit her, making Samantha glad that she'd worn a good thick coat. The man who'd waved to them stood waiting by the pair of horses. He wore a grey coat and dark brown pants. A lever-action rifle was slung over his shoulder, and he wore a bandolier of bullets across his chest. The man appeared to be young, with a full head of black hair, which he wore short, in a military-cut style. He glanced at Tara, a look of relief present on his face, as if he were glad to see her. The young man was slightly pale, an effect which Samantha attributed to the cold weather. He stepped forward, holding out a hand to welcome her. "Hello, my name is Hosea. It's nice to meet you," he greeted them. "I'm Samantha, Josh's wife. You spoke with my husband on the radio. Yeah, I'm a trained apothecary and surgeon," Samantha stated, and she shook Hosea's hand. "Where's the rest of your patrol? We'd assumed you'd bring more than a single man," she inquired. Hosea scratched his head, giving her a nervous glance. "That'd actually been the plan at first, miss. However, we were bushwhacked by this group of men. They shot at us and then fled into the woods when we returned fire. I had 3 partners with me to ensure that you arrived safely in Strawberry," informed Hosea. Samantha and Josh exchanged a glance, each of them thinking the same thing. Were these men dressed in all black tactical gear, with white symbols painted on their breastplates? Inquired Josh. Hosea nodded vigorously, his eyes widening. "Yes. Have you encountered these marauders before?" he asked. "Yeah, they attacked our lodge last night. It's actually the reason why we had to leave there." "Yeah, we contacted you not long after it happened," replied Samantha. She looked past Hosea then, at the thick snowy forest which surrounded them. She could just make out the distant sound of gunfire as the patrol fought with Michael's men. Josh unslung his father's shotgun from off his shoulder. It was an old gun, a Winchester model, 1897, one that had been used in the Second World War. "Well, I can help with your patrol. We've dealt with these men before," he stated. "Right, in that case, you should follow me. Suppose your wife can stay with the horses," Hosea replied. Samantha shook her head, though. "No, Jess and I will stick to the cover of the forest. We can watch from a distance," she informed him. Hosea reached down to his belt, drawing a walkie-talkie, which he offered to Samantha. "I suppose this might help. You can stay in contact with us using this," he stated. Samantha took the walkie-talkie from him, and then she motioned for Jess to join her. Slipping into the forest and drawing her sword, listening to the distant sound of gunfire as the fight continued. She and Jess crept silently through the forest, keeping to the shadows as much as possible. "We need to get within sight of the patrol," whispered Samantha, and Jess nodded. "Well, still have some ammunition left," she replied, unslinging the rifle from her shoulder. She and Samantha crept toward the sound of the gunshots. Thankfully, it seemed that no infected had heard all the racket which these men were making, as none of them had come swarming in, as they had done on Black Mountain. Samantha sighed and shook her head in disbelief over the fact that Michael's men had proven to be such a nuisance. Oh, she now regretted not having finished him off when she had the chance. She and Jess took cover behind a wide pair of oak trees in a place where they had a good visual of the unfolding fight. Samantha could see through the trees to a distant red farmhouse where Michael's men and the patrol were in a pitched battle. The patrol sent to help them was now crouched behind a fence, exchanging fire with a group of Michael's men who'd taken up positions in the farmhouse, shooting at the patrol outside through its windows. One of Michael's men had taken position in the barn loft, using it as an elevated platform from which he rained down fire on their allies. "Jess, use your scope. Take out that man up in the hayloft," whispered Samantha. Jess then took aim at the man's head, taking a deep breath in before pulling the trigger. The bullet found its mark, hitting the man in the forehead. He fell from the loft, hitting the ground beneath him hard. "Oh, good shot," whispered Samantha, and she then drew her walkie-talkie. "Right, your men are pinned down behind an old fence. Jess just shot one of the men attacking them. We need you to help us with the rest," she informed. "Right, we're in position, moving to attack the farmhouse. Cover us," Josh replied. Samantha and Jess watched from a distance as Josh and Hosea came up from behind the farmhouse, flanking Michael's men. A blast from Josh's shotgun broke down the barn's back door. He and Hosea then swarmed inside, firing wildly. Samantha was unsure of what was happening inside. All she could hear was the blast from Josh's shotgun, followed by several bursts of machine gun fire, as he surprised the men inside. Meanwhile, outside the barn, the patrol had been crouching behind the fence. All stood up, looking towards the barn with their weapons raised. They seemed to be relieved that someone had arrived to help them. They slowly advanced towards the farmhouse, keeping their guns raised as they walked. "Josh, what's going on? Did you and Hosea deal with Michael's men?" inquired Samantha. She waited for a moment as the radio produced nothing but static. In the distance, the gunfire came to a stop after a final blast from Josh's shotgun. By this time, the three men had surrounded the front of the barn. They waited outside, hoping that Hosea would emerge. "Everything's fine. Yeah, we finished off Michael's men. Oh, you and Jess need to come see this. We found something in the basement," informed Josh. Hosea stepped out from the barn, shouting to his men to lower their weapons. They did as they were told, standing down, waiting to meet the healer which they'd been sent to retrieve. Samantha sighed with relief upon knowing that Josh was unharmed. She emerged from behind the oak tree, walking slowly through the forest as Josh and Hosea searched the barn for supplies. She sheathed her sword, crunching through the snow as she walked. The guns had finally fallen silent, meaning that they were no longer in danger of attracting the infected. Jess followed her, holding her rifle. "Hey, we should leave this area. Those gunshots could have drawn in the infected," she whispered, glancing out into the forest, watching for any sign of infected. "Oh, we'll be done soon enough. These men will take us to Strawberry. We'll be safe there," Samantha replied. She and Jess then stepped over a large stump, the snow crunching beneath their feet. A cool wind blew through the air, rustling the tree branches above their heads, causing small amounts of snow to fall onto the ground. Soon both of them emerged from the forest, stepping out to meet the patrol, who'd all turned to look at them, regarding Samantha with some amount of interest. The patrol all carried weapons, and wearing dark winter clothing, they stood clustered outside the barn with Hosea, waiting for Josh to come back out. Upon seeing Samantha, Hosea gave her a jovial wave. "Oh, hello. Thank you for your help. Your husband and I found a very welcome surprise in the farmhouse. He'd like you to take a look for yourself," stated Hosea. Samantha gave him a polite nod, walking past him. She pushed open the double doors which led to the barn. Inside, she was pleasantly surprised to find several horses, which had been stabled in the barn. The horses looked very healthy, well-fed and well-groomed, making Samantha certain that the barn could not have been abandoned for long. The interior of the barn was fairly ordinary, looking like any other barn Samantha had ever seen. Its floor was covered by hay, with several large hay bales stacked in the corner, next to an old pitchfork. She glanced around at the various animal stalls around her, looking from horse to horse. One caught her eye, a brown and white Norfolk roadster, a massive mare, one which looked at Samantha with kind eyes. As she walked by, Samantha gently patted the mare's snout, listening as it snorted in response. Up ahead of her, Samantha noted the doors to a basement, which hung wide open. "Josh," she called, wondering what he wanted her to see. Josh stepped out of the basement, waving Jess and Samantha over. "Ah, you have to see this," he called. Samantha made her way over to him, walking across the straw-covered floor. She made her way down to the stairs that led to the basement. Hearing them creak loudly beneath she and Jess's combined weight. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, Samantha was shocked to find that the basement was quite large, being nearly as big as the barn above it. Upon examining her surroundings, she made a startling discovery. The basement was filled with flowering cannabis plants, which were lit by blue UV floodlights. Jess and Samantha exchanged glances, surprised and delighted at what they'd found. "Whoa! How on earth did you find this, Josh?" inquired Samantha. She and Jess then walked across the basement, looking at the plants around them. Above their head was a sprinkler system, which watered the plants. The air in the basement was warm and moist, the air thick with the strong scent of the cannabis. While Hosea was sweeping the barn, I searched the basement. I was just as shocked as you are to find all this here. When I found all this, I just had to show it to you. Whoever had been living on this old farm had a serious growing operation. I don't know who they were, but they clearly knew what they were doing, he replied. "Well, obviously, Josh, this is great. We could trade some of this for supplies if we had to, or use it for medical purposes," stated Samantha. "Did you see those horses up there?" "Saw at least 5 or 6. What's the 4 the patrol rode in on?" informed Jess. "Yeah, Hosea said that we could each pick a horse, and the rest will go to the community at Strawberry," Josh replied. Samantha gave him an excited look. "You mean they're just going to give us a horse?" she replied, in disbelief, and Josh nodded. "Yeah, they're very keen on convincing you to stay, Samantha. Their only doctor died a few days ago, torn apart by a pack of infected," he informed her. Samantha walked across the basement, picking up a small glass jar, which sat in the corner atop a metal tray. The jar contained several rolled joints, which had been left behind by the barn's original owners. She picked up the jar, holding it out to show Josh. "Look what I found. Maybe we can sample some of this latest batch," she suggested, twisting off the lid and taking out one of the joints. Josh walked over to Samantha, producing a lighter from his pocket. "Yeah, that sounds great. After all, if we're going to be trading this, then we should have some idea what its quality is," he replied. Josh struck his lighter, igniting the tip of the joint. Samantha took the first drag, inhaling deeply. The weed was strong, and after only a few puffs it began to take effect. Samantha felt her body begin to relax, her breathing deepening. Sighing, she lowered the joint from her lips. Nodding slowly, she then passed it to Josh, who gave it a try himself. "This is good stuff. We'll be able to trade it for quite a lot," he stated, passing the joint to Jess. When they'd finished up in the basement, Samantha selected one of the horses, a massive brown and white Norfolk roadster, the same one she'd seen earlier. Saddling it with a very nice saddle, one she'd found in the barn. Well, there were several saddles in the barn, most of them just as nice as Samantha's. Both Josh and Jess took one for their own horses. Once all 3 of their horses were saddled and ready, Samantha and Josh rode out of the barn, trotting forward at a slow pace. Hosea had agreed to drive their van to Strawberry, to park it there. Well, they had little use for it, as gas was now hard to come by. Samantha rode slowly up the road, with Josh and Jess on either side of her. The ride was a pleasant and quiet one, in which she enjoyed the scenery, talking quietly with Josh and Jess. After riding a short while, they reached the gates of Strawberry, which were massive, crafted from solid black iron. We're here. I'm glad. This town seems as if it might be safe. That gate certainly looks sturdy," Josh commented. He rode closer to the gate, taking a sweeping glance around. The whole town was surrounded by a wall with the Rocky Mountains at its back, giving it good protection against the infected. The wall was manned by several sentries, who walked along the top of it looking down at the road below, with bows and rifles in hand. As they drew closer to the wall, both Samantha and Josh noticed a single guard, one who stood outside the wall. He was dressed in a heavy coat and had a pair of hunter's pants. Upon seeing Josh, the guard rushed forward to meet them, calling out in a voice very familiar to both Samantha and Josh. "Christopher!" they shouted, happy to see their old friend once again. Part 2. The heavy iron gates of Strawberry swung open with a loud creak, their rusted hinges protesting their use, as if the doors themselves were hesitant to open. "Oh, those doors could use a bit of oil," commented Josh. He rode to the right of Samantha, keeping pace with her the whole way to Strawberry. Samantha's horse snorted, raising her head up to sniff the air, shaking it from side to side as she let out a nervous neigh. She'd smelt something which didn't sit well with her, perhaps the scent of a pack of infected, which could have been carried on the wind from some ways off. Samantha patted her horse's side, trying to calm her. "Shh, easy girl," she whispered. The horse snorted, stamping one foot loudly. She'd proven to be a very calm mount, one that Samantha was already beginning to grow very fond of. She had a dappled white and brown coat, one that was still clean and shiny. Beside Samantha, Christopher was straining with the effort it took to open the gates, which were very heavy. "Hey, did you ever think of a name for that horse?" inquired Jess, who rode behind her. Jess's horse was a solid white Arabian, one that she'd named Frost. The horses seemed to be quite friendly, getting along well with Jess. It was smaller than Samantha's and a bit more skittish. Samantha shook her head. "No, I thought of a few, but have yet to settle on one," she replied. "Well, I think I'm going to name mine Gunpowder, like the horse from that Halloween story," informed Josh. His horse was a dark shade of grey, with a single patch of white on its face. "Oh, you mean the legend of Sleepy Hollow?" inquired Samantha. And Josh nodded. "Yep. Also, that would make a great name for a horse," he replied. Upon riding into town, Samantha was greeted by a small crowd, which had gathered near the gate, eager to meet the new arrivals. There were about 24 people in total, mostly younger people, who looked to be around the same age as Samantha. Some of them had lived in Strawberry since before the pandemic, and others had been discovered by Christopher's patrol and brought back to town. All of them either wore camo pants or long tunics with hoods. The people of Strawberry seemed quite bizarre to Samantha, making her wonder just where they'd come from. Most of them carried weapons on them, such as knives and hatchets, always ready for a sudden attack from the infected. Samantha waved at the crowd. "Hello," she greeted, and the people examined her with interest, looking she and Josh up and down. "Are you the new physician?" inquired a young woman, one who stood at the front of the crowd. The woman had long brown hair, which was worn up in a bun. She wore a long grey tunic, one that blew gently in the wind, which blew from further up the mountain. Samantha nodded at her. The woman seemed to be oddly familiar, as if Samantha had seen her before. A cool gust of wind blew through the air, making Samantha shiver. It was already late in the afternoon, and the sun was beginning to take on an orange hue as it sank lower into the sky. Samantha cleared her throat before answering the woman. "Yeah, I'm here to provide medical aid to this settlement. I was told you were in need of a healer," she replied. It's fortunate that you arrived. Our last healer died during the supply raid. Yeah, we've been trying to replace him for days," informed one of the men dressed in camo. "Well, I'm here now, so if any of you require aid, please inform me. I'll be glad to help you," replied Samantha. Behind her, Christopher slammed the door to the town closed, securing it with a thick deadbolt. He then stepped forward to meet the crowd, standing beside Josh. "This is my friend Josh and his wife Samantha. They'll be staying with us from now on," he announced. The crowd seemed to accept this, shuffling off to do whatever tasks were required for the day. This left Samantha and Josh to explore the rest of the town. She glanced around at Strawberry. It was larger than she'd expected. The town consisted of a wide collection of both homes and businesses. There was a grocery store, a medical clinic, a bar, and a library, all of which were clustered around a larger brick building in the center of town, which would once be in its city hall. A lot of homes in the town were unused, waiting to be filled by new arrivals. Behind Samantha were stables for their horses, and the warm smell of several burning fireplaces filled the air, giving Strawberry a warm and welcoming scent. There was a house nearby them, an old log cabin, one on whose porch an elderly woman sat, rocking back and forth on an antique chair. As she knitted a sweater, she glanced over at the new arrivals with an air of disinterest, paying them little attention. Samantha's horse grunted softly, leaning down to eat a clump of grass, which it began to chew noisily. A soft pat on Samantha's leg made her glance to her right, where Christopher stood waiting. "We can take your horses to the stables. I'd like to show you the rest of the town," informed Christopher, and Samantha nodded, climbing down from her horse and handing her reins to one of Christopher's men. "Hey, be good, Creeperoni," she whispered, patting the horse's muzzle. And Creeperoni grunted in response, trotting away with Christopher's men, who were leading her by her reins. "So, that's the name you've chosen? Creeperoni? Is that supposed to be a little spooky plate of mac and cheese?" laughed Josh. Samantha shrugged. "Yeah, something like that. Well, it's just a random name I came up with. I thought of naming her Spooky Pasta, but that sounded silly," she replied. She followed he and Christopher in the direction of the town. We keep an armory at City Hall. If either of you need weapons or ammunition, then head there," Christopher informed them. "Good to know," Josh replied, and he quickly checked to see how many shotgun shells he had left, finding that he would soon need more. "Samantha, we have a very well-stocked medical clinic with a plentiful herb garden. I hope this can help you get started on your work. Having a trained healer will certainly improve morale," commented Christopher. "Thank you. Josh and I are very happy to be here, and I'm ready to begin my work as soon as possible," informed Samantha. Christopher nodded at her, smiling widely. "Excellent news. We've actually had a few complaints today regarding sickness. Nothing serious, just colds and the like," he explained. "Well, I can definitely prepare some remedies for that. I know of a few common herbs which might help," replied Samantha. Christopher then motioned to one of the men accompanying him. "John, could you please escort our new physician to the clinic, as well as getting her whatever she needs," he directed. Samantha turned to Jess, who was trailing behind she and Josh. "You should come with me," she stated. Jess seemed surprised at her offer, and she gave Samantha a look of surprise. "Me? I don't know anything about medicine or herbs," she replied, shaking her head. "No, you don't. However, you can always learn. You need to contribute something of value to this group, and I've got a good feeling about you," Samantha replied. Jess thought for a moment, then slowly nodded in agreement. "Well, that actually sounds really interesting," she replied. Samantha was about to reply to Jess when a sudden commotion distracted her. One of the patrols which had gone out earlier in the morning had returned, arriving at the front gate, and they were shouting to be let in, sounding as if they were in some sort of distress. "Hold on just a moment. Let me go unlatch the gate," Christopher shouted, making his way swiftly over with Josh in tow. Outside, the sound of gunshots rang out as the patrol began shooting at something. "No, hold your fire. You'll draw in the infected," Christopher shouted, yanking back the deadbolt which held the door closed. The doors then burst open with a loud clatter, as a man bolted through, dressed in camouflage pants and a dark-colored shirt. He was covered in blood, with a shotgun in his arms, and behind him several other people rushed in, the rest of his patrol. Some of them appeared to be injured, limping and bleeding from multiple cuts. "We got ambushed out on the road. Some group dressed all in black with this weird symbol on their chests. They just hit us as we were arriving home. They killed Thomas, shot him in the back, and the rest of us ran for it," stammered the man, panting as he spoke. Samantha quickly made her way over to the people, checking in the bag which she wore over her shoulder. "I'm a physician. Which one of you is hurt?" she inquired, glancing at several members of the patrol. All of the members were young men, looking to be in their early to mid-20s. One of them was bleeding from a wound on his arm. Most of them were dirty, with at least a few scrapes and bruises. "None of us are too badly hurt. Took a graze wound, and Charlie banged his knee up pretty bad when he tripped, but that's about it," informed the man who was bleeding from the graze wound. Samantha walked over to the man, pulling a wad of bandages from her bag, along with a bottle of herbal disinfectant. "Hold still. I need to get something over this before it gets infected," she said, applying a bit of the disinfectant to the bandages. She then carefully bandaged the arm, wrapping the gauze around it. This seemed to slow the bleeding to a less worrying level. The arm would of course need more treatment later, but the bandages would have to suffice for the time being. "Right there. That should at least stop any infection," whispered Samantha. Gunshots rang out from behind her as the men guarding the front gate exchanged fire with a group of men who'd emerged from the tree line. A few of them were hit in the head or chest, killing them quickly, and the rest took cover behind the wall, trying to get any shot they could. "Who on earth is that? Why are they attacking us?" inquired the man whose arm Samantha had just bandaged. "I think those men might have been sent by Michael. I recall hearing you mention that they'd got white symbols on their chests." The man nodded. "Yeah, they had those symbols on their chests. Some sort of circle. Never got a clear look. We were all running from them," the man informed her. Samantha nodded. "Josh and I have dealt with these men before. This isn't the first time they've attacked," she sighed, the booming blast of a shotgun filling the air as Samantha ushered the rest of the patrol towards the town. Josh had climbed up onto the wall, aiming his shotgun down at the attackers. There were several of them, firing at the gate from the tree line. So Josh unloaded in their direction, pumping his shotgun as he fired, peppering the trees with buckshot. This made the men dive for cover to avoid the onslaught, giving Christopher's men time to aim with their rifles. As one of the black-clad men peered out from behind a tree, a bullet passed through his head, fired from a hunting rifle. The rest of the men then sprang out, trying to get a shot off on Josh. 2 of them died right away, their body armor doing little to stop the high-powered rifle rounds which the patrols fired. The survivors then fled, sprinting away from the scene. Josh slowly lowered the shotgun, surveying the tree line with alert eyes. "Are these the same men who attacked the lodge up on Black Mountain?" inquired Christopher. "Yeah, Michael must have sent more after us. Don't know how they found this place, but we need to stop him," informed Josh. "Where is Michael hiding?" Christopher asked. "He should be in an abandoned sanatorium nearby the lodge on Black Mountain. I have no idea how many men he has, but he's lost several in the last few days, so he may be running low." Christopher nodded. "At some point we're going to have to deal with him," he stated, and Josh nodded. Samantha and Jess had reached the clinic in town, and inside they found ample supplies with which to treat the men's wounds. None of them were that badly injured, just as they'd said. Most would be able to take care of themselves, though Samantha did give them a bit of salve for their cuts, to keep them from getting infected. The graze on the arm would heal, though it would leave a scar. The more pressing matter would be Michael and his men, who had followed she and Josh to Strawberry after their little skirmish up on Black Mountain. Outside, the gunfire had stopped now, Michael's men having broken off their attack after being met with unexpected resistance. The clinic had proven to be much better than Samantha had expected it to be. It was very well stocked for such a small town, having a good store of gauze and bandages, as well as a few bottles of antibiotics, which had been left behind by the previous physician. Samantha stood in the back room, mixing together a few tinctures with Jess by her side, watching her work. A collection of glass bottles were laying out across a steel table, alongside jars of ground herbs, which had been picked from the nearby garden. The mixture which she made was very effective against cold and flu symptoms, which would prove to help the patients which Christopher had mentioned earlier. Right, you'll need a few drops of peppermint oil, combined with a bit of fresh garlic and honey. This should help with any cold or flu symptoms, as well as aid a sore throat, Samantha informed Jess, mixing the ingredients inside one of the bottles. How much should I use? Inquired Jess. Now, peppermint essential oil is very strong and will need to be diluted with a carrier oil. A few drops will be all you need. Right, combine this with a tablespoon of honey and a few teaspoons of fresh garlic. This should make enough for at least a few doses, which are to be taken by mouth twice a day, until the symptoms are gone, she explained. She then stood back from the table, pulling Jess closer to her. Here, try making one on your own, she suggested. She then watched Jess, guiding her when necessary. Jess had a natural gift for the work of an apothecary, and she managed to get the mixture correct the first time, without wasting any ingredients. Samantha had expected her to spill the mixture upon first try, as this was the most common mistake for beginners. She smiled, watching as she finished the first bottle, screwing on the cap and setting it down on the table. See, I knew you'd be good at this. I have good intuition, whispered Samantha, and she rested a hand on Jess's shoulder. Good work. Now, make 2 more just like the first. Then we should go see Christopher, she directed. Oh, thank you. You'll have to show me what you did earlier with the gauze, Jess replied, and Samantha nodded, taking a seat in a rolling chair behind Jess. Of course, all in good time. You'll need to learn the basics first, like how to grow the herbs which we'll need, and harvest them in the field. I know a few places where some herbs will grow wild, and I'll be glad to show you soon, Samantha offered. Jess finished a second bottle. Yeah, sounds nice. Are they close by? Samantha shook her head. We'll have to ride a few hours away from town to get them. They grow further up in the mountains, she said. She then swiveled around in her chair, looking out at the rest of the clinic, which was now empty. She and Jess would have it ready to do business in the next day. Wouldn't take very much, as its previous owner had left it in good condition. The clinic was already set up for the most part, with mixtures and oils stocking its shelves. Well, the place was slightly dusty and would need to be vacuumed, but other than that was in working order. Right, I finished the last one. I think we're ready, stated Jess. Good. Give the doses to me, replied Samantha. And a few minutes later, both Jess and Samantha emerged from the clinic to find Josh and Christopher talking by the front gate. Upon noticing them coming in their direction, he and Christopher stopped talking, making their way over to them. These attacks are getting worse. We'll need to do something about Michael, announced Josh. Yeah, since we know where he is, and we'll have to take care of him unless we want more of these attacks. Yeah, he killed at least 3 people today, Christopher informed him. I wish I could have done more, but from what I saw, their wounds were fatal. I was preoccupied with treating the patrol which had just arrived, replied Samantha. Christopher nodded. Don't feel bad. You did what you could, and that's all we ask. After that, the rest of the day went by quickly. Samantha and Jess gave the remedies to those who'd requested them. They then had dinner with Josh and Christopher. The meal was good, a bowl of hearty beef stew, which Samantha thought was quite good after such a long day. She'd have to teach Jess quite a lot, but she was excited to do so. Part 3. Samantha glanced out at the deep evergreen forest that surrounded her. She could hear the sound of birdsong carried on the wind as they searched for worms among the melted snow on the ground. Wind blew through the trees, causing them to rustle gently. It was slightly warmer that day, but more cold weather would soon arrive, as there was still at least a month of winter left. The cold season lasted for quite a while in the northernmost reaches of British Columbia. Samantha had grown used to this in the years she'd lived in those regions. She glanced beside her at Jess, who decided to come with her, in order to learn how to pick herbs in the wild. This was a skill she'd need if she were to one day become a healer. So far, Samantha felt confident that they'd chosen the correct day to go herb picking. They had clear skies, giving them plenty of light to navigate the forest. She doubted that she and Jess would be able to gather very many herbs so early in the season, as most of them would begin to grow in the spring. However, she was still eager to show her what she could, as Jess had been asking her about wild herbs in the area. "How much deeper do we need to go?" inquired Jess. She rode beside Samantha, trotting slowly along. "Not all that much further. Soon we should be coming upon an abandoned school bus. It's been used as a landmark for hunters since before the outbreak," informed Samantha. She then turned left, guiding her horse onto an old trail, one that broke off from the main path. The trail hadn't been used for some time. If Samantha hadn't known it was there, then she would likely never have noticed it. Her grandmother had shown her the trail several summers before during a hiking trip. "Come with me and stay close. They could be infected nearby," she said. She patted her side where her bastard sword hung, always within reach should she require it. She rode ahead of Jess, ducking beneath the low-hanging branches of a tree. "Watch your head as you go," she called over her shoulder, hoping to warn Jess. "Hey, have you collected herbs like this before?" Jess inquired, and Samantha nodded. "Yeah, a few times, actually. My grandmother was always into herbal medicine. She taught me quite a lot when I was young. I've been doing this a long time." Samantha rode past a section of maple trees, looking up into their branches to see squirrels running about. The squirrels were plump and round, making Samantha wonder if they might be worth shooting. She brought a small game rifle along with her, one that Christopher had given her. She carried it just in case she and Jess were to camp out overnight, so that they'd have a way to feed themselves. After a moment of indecision, she decided to let them go. Samantha didn't plan on staying the night in the forest. She wanted to be back in Strawberry by nightfall, when the temperatures would dip back down. The path wound through the thick forest, twisting around the trunks of trees. Jess followed behind Samantha, keeping her eyes and ears open for infected, and soon they emerged from the path. Riding out into a clearing, the bus which Samantha had mentioned was sitting there in the middle of the clearing. It only had a few brown patches of grass growing, as it was too cold for any real growth to have begun. The old bus was filthy and badly rusted, caked with frozen mud, its windows so streaked with dirt and ice that it was impossible to see through them. A white rabbit glanced up to see the two of them arriving, darting away into the forest. "This is the place," announced Samantha, and she dismounted Creeperoni. Stepping down and tethering her to a tree, Jess rode up beside her, dismounting Frost and tethering her next to Creeperoni. "What are we looking for?" she asked, glancing around the clearing. "Oh, there are a few patches of wild peppermint which grow in the forest nearby. They're easy to harvest, so shouldn't prove to be too difficult for your first time," explained Samantha. Jess nodded, taking her rifle, which she carried with her in her saddle, making sure that it was loaded. "Oh, you really should try to avoid shooting that if at all possible. I don't know if there are infected here, but any shots will bring them running." Jess nodded. "I know, it's for emergencies only," she replied. She carried the rifle slung over her back, being sure still to keep it close by. After all, they were in bear country, and it's better to be safe than sorry. Samantha stepped over a fallen log, making her way deeper into the forest, causing the chipmunks in the branches above her to dive for cover, chattering loudly at her disturbance. She glanced over her shoulder, to be certain that Jess was still behind her. "Okay, in the summer the herbs here are partially hidden by grass and weeds. Hopefully that should keep anyone from stealing them," informed Samantha. "How did you even know they were here to begin with?" Jess asked. "This is one of the places my grandmother took me. I was shocked to find that the herbs were still intact, even after all these years. I'd expected them to have been eaten or picked by now." Samantha then paused beneath the branches of an old oak tree. Dropping to one knee, "Here, take a look at this," she called, motioning for Jess to join her. A small cluster of peppermint plants had already begun to bloom. It was rare to see them bloom so early in the year, and Samantha was surprised they'd found any at all. She reached into a pouch hanging from her side, taking out a small glass vial along with a tiny pair of scissors. The vial already had a few leaves in it, left over from the last time she'd gathered samples from the plants. Now the key is to leave at least a few of the leaves behind. This way the plant won't die, and you can keep harvesting from it for a long time," explained Samantha. Jess knelt down beside her. Interesting. So I should only take a few leaves from each plant? She asked, and Samantha nodded. Yeah, watch. I'll show you how I've always done it, snipping a few leaves from one of the peppermint plants. The leaves of the plant were often used to make tea, which had proven to be very effective against colds. She placed the leaves inside the vial, trying her best not to drop any. Jess watched as she harvested the leaves, paying close attention to how it was done. Once finished, Samantha handed Jess the scissors, moving aside to allow her access to the plants. You should try and gather a few leaves on your own, she said, and Jess took both the vial and the scissors from her. She then snipped off a few of the leaves from one of the plants, doing it the same way Samantha had, trying to be as gentle as she could. It was her first time harvesting herbs on her own, and she wanted to please Samantha, who had been teaching her about herbal medicine since she'd arrived at Strawberry. And so far Jess had taken well to it, being able to mix together a few basic remedies. She and Samantha got along really well, much better than Jess had ever expected they would. Samantha was a good teacher, and Jess was eager to learn. She'd grown very interested in herbal medicine, a subject which she'd known nothing about in her old life. Jess harvested leaves from the remaining plants, being careful not to strip them of all of the leaves, just as Samantha had instructed her. Once she'd finished, she lowered her scissors, snapping the lid back on the vial. She then felt a hand on her shoulder. Turning her head to find Samantha standing behind her, looking down with approval. Excellent work. I'm glad to see you've been paying attention. Jess handed her back the vial and the scissors. Rising to her feet, she brushed herself off, glancing over at Samantha, who'd slid the vial back into her satchel. Okay, what now? Asked Jess. Samantha shrugged. Well, there really aren't any other herbs we can pick. It's far too early in the season. We'll have to come back in the spring. Well, I suppose if you're looking for something else to do, we could go and check some of the snares which Christopher set. There, down along the river. It's not far from here. Jess nodded. That sounds nice enough. Maybe we can catch a nice plump rabbit. Samantha led Jess back to their horses, which were still tethered by the rusted old bus, contentedly eating grass. Upon seeing their riders approach, the horses raised their heads, neighing softly. Samantha approached Creeperoni, patting her on the head and taking the collapsible fishing pole which hung from her saddle. Well, if the traps are empty, I could try and catch us a fish, she declared. As they made their way deeper into the forest, Samantha thought back on the events which had occurred earlier in that morning. In truth, picking herbs had been only one of the reasons she'd left town. She'd awoken that morning in great spirits, eager for her outing with Jess. Joss had been, distant with her, a fact which concerned her. Ever since her sister had died, Samantha had noticed a definite change in him. It hadn't been that noticeable at first, something far too subtle for her to pick up on. It wasn't until after the night at the lodge, in which they'd found Jessica, that Samantha had become concerned. Josh now had a silent anger, one that followed him everywhere he went. He seemed to blame Jess for what had happened to his sisters, though he acted nice when she was looking. No, Samantha hadn't failed to see the looks of anger which he gave her when her back was turned. He'd always had mental issues, which his therapist had given him medication for. She'd thought he had it under control, but Samantha now feared that she'd been wrong. A light touch on her arm made her turn her head. Jess walked beside her, looking over at her with concern. You're thinking of what happened before we left, aren't you? She inquired, and Samantha nodded in response. Yeah, I thought so. You seem to have gone awfully quiet. Yeah, Josh wasn't happy to hear that I was going out today, especially not with you, sighed Samantha. He wants to go after Michael. I heard him say as much. Oh, I can't just leave Strawberry, though. I'm the only healer we have now. What happens to this town if I don't come back? Well, for all I know, we could be the only survivors. Yeah, we very well could be, said Jess. What if we're some of the last uninfected people left? We can't afford to waste lives on some revenge fantasy. Not at a time like this. Yeah, I know you're right. I saw what was up on Black Mountain. Those Wendigo could have killed us, Samantha recalled. Don't know why he thinks he has to drag you along. I mean, if he's so eager to go and get revenge, let him go, said Jess. I should. I have to, but I can't leave this town behind. Not when we don't even know if we're the only ones left. By now, Samantha and Jess had reached the river, standing on its sandy shores and looking down at its rushing, white-capped waters as they flowed by, churning and crashing over the smooth stones. The river fed into a much larger lake downstream of them. Samantha and Jess walked along the shore for a short distance, looking at the various small shells which had collected in the sand. "How big are these traps? What sort of animals can they catch?" Jess inquired. "Small game for the most part. Foxes, beavers, raccoons, those sort of things. They're not large traps like the sort you could catch a bear with," explained Samantha. She then paused, bending down beside the water. One of the traps sat below her, attached to a rock on the shore. A river otter was caught in the trap, dying in its attempt to get at the bait, a small fish which she and Josh had caught a few days before. "Right, here's one of the traps. As you can see, it's quite small. Some we used to catch beavers and river otters," explained Samantha. And she pulled the trap from the water, removing the carcass from its steel jaws. "This should make a very fine pelt. Our tailor could use this for crafting," she stated, attaching the dead otter to her belt. Samantha then turned back towards the forest. Looking through the sea of trees, a sudden feeling of unease overcame her, as she realized just how silent it had become. Then she froze where she was, listening intently for the sounds of the forest. The birds had stopped chirping all at once, as if something had scared them into stopping. Jess noticed it too. "What on earth happened to the birds? I can't hear them," she whispered, casting a nervous glance around. "Oh, something must be out there. When the animals go silent, it's because something they fear is close by. Could be infected," replied Samantha. She looked from tree to tree, waiting to see if anything would step into view. That was when a loud shriek sounded from further back in the forest, sending a chill down both their spines. It was like nothing either of them had ever heard before, animalistic and primal, with an almost human-like quality to it. "What's that?" gasped Jess, quickly taking her rifle off her shoulder. "I don't know, but we should leave now," replied Samantha. She began to walk back along the shore, trying her best to be quiet, her heart racing as she wondered just what had made that terrible noise, and if it were still close by, perhaps even watching them. They both moved as fast as they could, creeping silently along the shore, their heads on a swivel. They could hear something running loudly through the forest, keeping pace with them, and Samantha felt a growing sense of dread. Whatever was following them was moving far too fast to be an infected person, meaning that it must be some sort of animal. Soon she and Jess reached a spot where they could see the old bus, where they'd left their horses. Oh, if only they could reach them, then they'd be able to escape. At least that was what Samantha hoped. The trees ahead of them rustled as the Wendigo leapt into view, leaping atop the old bus, glaring down at them with hungry, pale blue eyes. Samantha froze in her tracks, looking up at the Wendigo which blocked their progress. It was missing an arm, which seemed to have been severed at the elbow. "How is that thing here? I thought they were unable to leave Black Mountain," exclaimed Jess. Samantha drew her sword. "Don't panic. It hasn't seen us yet. We can still try and sneak past it," she whispered. The Wendigo sniffed the air, searching for them with its pale, lifeless eyes. Neither of them dared to move more than a few inches, as they prepared to slip by the creature. A distant sound made Samantha glance over to her right, where something was charging out of the forest. The trees nearby the bus began to shake as someone screamed. Charging into view, a man bolted out of the forest, panting wildly. He wore the torn uniform of one of Michael's soldiers, with a white symbol representing the sun painted on his chest. The man had been bitten during their fight on Black Mountain, having turned later that same night. "Infected!" shouted Jess. She then raised her rifle to shoot the charging infected, only to be stopped by Samantha, who pushed the barrel of her gun back down. "Wait, look," she whispered, pointing up at the Wendigo. Jess glanced back to where she was pointing. The Wendigo had also noticed the infected, glaring down at it with his angry, glowing eyes. Then, with a predatory growl, the Wendigo leapt from the top of the bus, landing just behind the infected man. The infected whirled around to face the Wendigo, only to have the pale creature leap onto him, while he struggled madly, biting and clawing at the Wendigo. "Right, we have to move now, while they're distracted," shouted Samantha. She ran past the struggling Wendigo, hoping that the infected would keep it busy long enough for her and Jess to get on their horses. She could hear distant screams as more infected swarmed towards their location, drawn in by the cries of the Wendigo. She charged around the bus, hoping desperately that their horses would still be there. If they had gotten spooked and ran off, then she and Jess would not be in a good position. Upon rounding the side of the bus, Samantha was greeted by the sight of Creeperoni and Frost. Well, the two horses were terrified, bucking against their ropes, as they tried to flee from the Wendigo. Upon seeing Samantha, Creeperoni relaxed slightly, glancing over at her rider with fear. "Shh, easy, girl," soothed Samantha. She gently patted the horse's neck, untying her reins from the branch she had them tethered to. A brief glance over her shoulder confirmed that Jess was right behind her. Jess stood next to Frost, with one hand on her reins, preparing to untie her from the tree. A roar from behind her made her spin around, raising her rifle. The Wendigo stood just a few paces from her, his glowing eyes fixed on her. And the beast let out a growl, then reared back, leaping at Jess with its teeth barred in a snarl. She brought up the stock of her rifle, blocking the Wendigo's teeth from sinking into her neck. It knocked her to the ground then. "Jess!" Samantha shouted, dropping the reins of her horse and charging towards where the two were struggling. The Wendigo clawed at Jess, trying to chew through the stock of her rifle. She attempted to kick it away as she reached for a knife, hoping to be able to stab the creature in the eye. Samantha raised her sword, slashing the Wendigo across the back. "Get off!" she shouted, as it cried out in pain. Shoving Jess aside and turning its attention to her, it shoved Jess aside and turned its attention to her, but Samantha was ready for its attack. Surging forward, she swiped at its neck. The Wendigo threw itself backwards, narrowly avoiding the blow. It then circled Samantha, looking for an opportunity to jump on her as it had Jess. Then a gunshot rang out, as Jess hit the Wendigo in the neck, knocking it back a few steps. It let out a cry of rage and surged forward. Samantha thrust at it with her sword, burying her blade between its eyes. "Jess, get on your horse!" shouted Samantha, wrenching the blade from its head. With a final scream, the Wendigo fell to the ground. Then a fiery spirit flew out of the Wendigo, flying off into the forest with a screech. Samantha turned away from it, wiped off the blade, and jumped onto her horse, giving it a kick in the side, urging it to flee the scene. Part 4. Samantha and Jess rode side by side down the dirt road to Strawberry, their horses' hooves thudding across the ground, kicking up dust behind them. They were still shaken after what had happened at the old bus. "That back there, that was impressive. What on earth were those things that came flying out of that dead Wendigo? They screeched like nothing I've ever heard," commented Jess. But Samantha just shook her head. "I don't know. If I had to take a wild guess, I'd say they were some sort of spirit. Well, maybe once their host dies, the spirits look for a new cannibal to possess," suggested Samantha. She and Jess rode on in the direction of Strawberry. Behind them, they could still hear the distant screams of the infected, who were still converging on the old, rusted-out bus. "Well, I wish we could have gotten more supplies for all our troubles. I'll have to take you back in spring. We'll find more herbs to pick then," informed Samantha, and Jess nodded. "Well, we have a fully stocked garden back home. I'm sure we can hold out till then." Samantha nodded. "Yeah, we have to tell Josh what happened, though." The two rode on for a while, passing by the deep forest which surrounded them. Then the sounds of the forest resumed as they drew further away from the bus. Samantha glanced round nervously, expecting some Wendigo to attack her and Jess from the shadows, where she suspected them to lurk. Before long she and Jess arrived at Strawberry's front gates, where a group of armed guards stood waiting. A quick glance around made them realize that something had gone wrong in their absence. A pile of bodies lay stacked to one side, each wearing the same black combat armor as Michael's men had. "What's happened here? Where's Josh?" inquired Samantha. "Inside, we captured a young woman, one who seemed to know Josh. When she last saw him, he was dragging her away for interrogation," answered one of the guards. Samantha and Jess exchanged a glance, each thinking the same thing. "Hey, did you manage to catch what this woman's name was? What'd she look like?" Jess inquired. "Well, I never caught her name, but the woman had short black hair and was being very mouthy towards Josh," replied the guard. "Oh, Emily. It had to be her." "I know her, Samantha. This sounds so much like her," stated Jess. "Where did Josh take her?" asked Samantha. "I took her over to Christopher's house for interrogation. They've only been there a few minutes," replied the guard. "Right, thank you," answered Samantha. She and Jess then rode past the guards and into Strawberry. "Now, Christopher lives over there, close by the front gate," stated Samantha, pointing over to a cabin close to where they were. Both of them dismounted their horses. "Right, let's go. We can't afford to let Josh kill her before we've gotten any good information out of her." Samantha then made her way swiftly over to the cabin, and already she could hear both Josh and Emily shouting inside in a very heated argument. Samantha rapped loudly on the door to Josh's cabin, and Christopher answered the door, peering out to see Samantha and Jess waiting on the doorstep. "Oh, thank goodness you're here. Josh has been shouting at Emily for over an hour. Well, I managed to stop him from shooting her, but I'm not sure how much longer he'll be willing to listen," he stammered. Christopher ushered Jess and Samantha inside, closing the door behind them. "Where are they?" inquired Samantha, looking at Christopher with urgency. He pointed over her shoulder, down a short corridor behind her. "He's in the second bedroom on the right," he replied, and Samantha nodded, turning and making her way quickly to where Christopher had pointed. Jess trailed behind her, glancing at Christopher's living room as they passed by, where an old recliner sat in front of a flat-screen television, which played only static. The shouts of both Josh and Emily grew louder as Samantha neared the room which they were in. She opened the door, stepping into the room to find Josh standing in front of Emily, who was tied to a chair. He had his shotgun and was pointing it at her head. "Tell me where she is," Josh shouted, placing the muzzle of the gun against her forehead. "Josh, enough. We can't learn anything from her if she's dead," shouted Samantha, and she pushed the barrel of Josh's shotgun away from Emily. Josh glanced over at her, growling angrily. "What is it? Don't tell me you're here to defend her, too. Isn't it enough that you already took Jess's side?" he inquired. Samantha glared at him. "Jess has had nothing to do with what happened to Hannah and Beth. You know that. All she did was give Hannah a note. She hadn't even wanted to do that. Michael made her. It's not her fault. I thought she understood that." Josh then glared over at Emily. "What should we do with her?" he inquired. "We need to find out what she knows." "Well, you should allow Jess and I to have a word with her. At this rate, you're just going to end up hurting her. We can't get information out of a corpse, Josh," replied Samantha. Josh sighed. "You know what? Fine. I'll leave. Give you time to play the good cop, but when she doesn't tell you anything, I'll be back, and we're doing it my way," he spat. Josh walked past Samantha, stepping out into the hallway and slamming the door behind him. This left Samantha and Jess alone with Emily. For a moment, Samantha and Emily stared at each other, neither of them saying a word. Jess walked over to Emily, untying her hands and allowing her to sit more comfortably in the chair. "What are you doing?" inquired Samantha. "Well, there's no sense in keeping her tied up. She knows she has no way out. We're going to need her to trust us if we're going to get anything out of her," Jess pointed out. Samantha nodded slowly. "I guess you're right. she muttered, sitting down in the chair across from Emily. "Hello, I'd say it was nice to see you, but I was never a good liar," stated Samantha. Emily snickered at her comment. "So, when are you going to kill me?" she inquired, glancing into Samantha's eyes. "Well, that depends on what you tell us. I could try and protect you, have you banished from here instead of killed. But that'll only happen if you're helpful. If not, then I can bring Josh back." Emily shook her head at that. No, there's no need for that. I can tell you a lot about Michael. If you're looking for him, then he's still at the abandoned sanatorium near Black Mountain," stated Emily. "He never left, even after our fight?" Jess asked. She and Samantha exchanged a surprised look. "No, he never left. The place is too valuable to his uncle for him to ever leave it. Look, there's something going on up there, something which I don't like at all," confided Emily. "What are you talking about?" asked Samantha. "Look, it all started the first day the outbreak reached Canada," Emily began, leaning back into her chair. Emily had been over at Michael's apartment on the day in question, having awoken in his bed that morning, groggy from the night before. She sat up with a groan, glancing around the dingy, cheap apartment with blurry eyes. "Michael, babe, where are you?" she'd moaned. Her head throbbed painfully, making it difficult for her to get up. Emily had no idea what time it was. All the windows in the apartment had been covered by heavy blinds. She picked her phone up from the bed beside the table, turning it on and shielding her eyes from its bright glare. "Oh, what on earth did I drink last night?" she'd muttered. It was just after 7:30 a.m., still early in the morning. Emily got out of bed, walking over to the bathroom and switching the light on. Upon glancing at her reflection in the mirror, Emily had recoiled, falling back against the wall. "What on earth?" she gasped, her heart pounding in her chest. The clothes she wore were covered in dried blood that couldn't have belonged to her. Emily struggled to catch her breath as she stumbled forward to the mirror, looking to see if she'd any cuts which could explain the blood. Well, she had none, as far as she could tell. Whose blood is this? She pondered, trying hard to remember what she'd done the night before. She could only remember bits and pieces. She'd arrived at the party late, greeting a few friends of hers, and after that everything was fuzzy. She could only vaguely recall a fight having occurred, though she was unsure what it had been over. Emily splashed water on her face, trying to calm herself. "Whose blood is this?" she'd muttered, her hands shaking as she tried to make sense of it all. Emily picked up her cell phone. She'd placed it down on the counter after seeing her bloody reflection. Upon opening her phone, Emily had finally noticed just how many text messages she'd gotten from multiple contacts. She quickly began to scan through the messages. Her college had sent a message to her and all other students that classes were suspended for the time being, due to the unknown infection that was ravaging the U.S. Her parents had also texted her, informing her that they felt quite ill, that they were going to lie down for a while. Well, this worried Emily. She'd attempted to text her parents only to find that they wouldn't respond, not to her texts or calls. Well, this was extremely odd for them, as they were normally very talkative. Emily growled with frustration, finally deciding that she would just text Michael to find out why she'd woken up covered in blood. "Where are you? What happened to me last night?" she texted, awaiting a reply. Much to her chagrin, she heard the sound of his phone ringing from within the apartment. Well, Emily growled with frustration, storming back into the apartment to find Michael's phone sitting on his nightstand, exactly where he'd left it. His wallet and keys were gone, indicating that he'd gone somewhere else. He can't have gone far, he wouldn't, not without his phone, she reasoned, pacing back and forth across the room. Emily walked over to the window, looking outside of their apartment. The city streets outside were deserted. Not a single living soul could be seen. No one walked down the street or came in or out of any of the nearby businesses. It was as if they'd all just vanished into thin air, leaving behind an empty city. Emily shook her head. "What's going on?" she muttered, stepping away from the window. A noise from behind her caused her to spin around. The door to their apartment swung open, revealing Michael. He ducked quickly into the apartment, closing the door behind him. Upon seeing Emily, Michael rushed over to where she stood, grabbing her by the shoulders and pulling her away from the window. "What are you doing? Get away from the windows," he shouted. Well, Emily was taken aback by Michael's reaction. He pushed past her, closing the blinds of the window. "We can't risk attracting those things here," he whispered, rounding on her. Emily cleared her throat, trying to stop her hands from shaking. "Michael, what happened last night? Why am I covered in blood?" Her voice was quivering. Michael gave her a look of annoyance mixed with surprise. "You don't remember last night?" he replied. Emily shook her head. "No, at least not all of it. I remember bits and pieces. Whose blood is this, and how did it get on me?" "Well, we were at a party last night. One of the guests was infected by that fungus from down south. He bit a couple of guys, and even killed one girl. Then the cops shot him. The blood on your shirt came from the girl he killed. You were standing close by. How do you not remember?" inquired Michael. Well, Emily shook her head. "I barely remember last night. I was so drunk," she confessed. Michael growled with annoyance. "Right, we have to leave now. I don't know what's wrong with you or why you can't remember last night, but if you're not ready in 5 minutes, I'm leaving without you," he growled, storming away to pack his own things. Emily hurried after him. "Michael, wait. What on earth do you mean? Why are we leaving? We should stay here. I'm sure someone will come to help us. They have to," stammered Emily. She walked over to her side of the bed, looking around to see which of her things she'd brought to his apartment. Her purse laid on the bedside table where she'd tossed it the night before, after stumbling back to her boyfriend's apartment. She grabbed her purse and glanced round the room. Most of her things were still in her dorm room back in college. Michael walked past her, pulling a suitcase and backpack from his closet. He gave her an annoyed glance. "Why are you just standing there? Come on, Em, I wasn't joking earlier. Hurry up, I'm not waiting on you," he stated. "Michael, I don't have my things. I left everything back at my dorm," Emily groaned. But he ignored her, shoving clothes and food into his bags. "Then I guess you'll have to go without," he replied. "What? You're not going to take me back there?" She was glaring daggers at Michael now. He dropped his bag to the floor, walked over to Emily, and grabbed her arm roughly. "You have no idea what we're dealing with," he shouted, dragging her across the room to a window in the sitting room, one that looked out over the whole city. "Oh, let go of me! You're hurting my arm!" protested Emily. She looked out of the window then, her jaw dropping when she saw the state of the city of Vancouver. Everything was in chaos. Smoke rose in black plumes above the concrete high-rises. The pop and crackle of distant gunfire could be heard, as well as the whir of helicopter blades, as the military tried in vain to hold out the infection. The infection which had already ravaged America. Bodies lay rotting in the streets, having been torn apart by packs of the infected, who now ran wild throughout the whole city. Emily was speechless. She'd known that it was getting far worse where they were. The virus had made it to their country, however their Prime Minister had assured them that it was under control. It was evident now that he had lied. The situation was far worse than he could have hoped to predict. "Right, seen enough?" inquired Michael. He snapped the blinds closed again, shutting out the chaotic world outside. "Right, come with me. We're leaving now," he commanded, thrusting Emily's purse into her chest. She took it from him, following behind him without a word. Michael left the dingy apartment behind, pulling a pistol from his waistband. "When we get out on the streets, don't fall behind. If you get grabbed by a pack of the infected, then I'm not coming back for you," he whispered harshly. The two of them then snuck up a narrow corridor. "Right, the elevator's still working. We can take that down to the lobby. I cleared it this morning, so it should be safe," reassured Michael. He stepped into the elevator, motioning for Emily to follow him. Upon reaching the lobby, Michael stepped out of the elevator, gun raised. Several bodies lay scattered about, having been killed earlier that morning. The whole lobby was in a state of disarray, with bullet holes lining the walls and furniture broken and knocked over, having been destroyed in some fight earlier that day. Bloodstains covered the carpet, dyeing sections of it dark red. "Right, keep up," barked Michael. He led Emily towards a side exit, stepping over the body of a receptionist whose throat had been torn out, as if by some wild animal. Emily nearly tripped in a pool of her blood, which was still fresh. Outside, the distant shrieks of the infected could be heard, as well as sporadic gunfire. The air smelt of smoke, with just a hint of tear gas. Michael peered his head out at the side entrance of the hotel, looking up and down the street. It was littered with debris and parked cars, which had been abandoned by their owners. There was also a group of infected. However, they were all the way up the street, so far away that they couldn't notice he and Emily, as long as they made it to the car as quickly as possible. "What's going on out there? Is it safe?" whispered Emily. "Well, we'll have to move fast. They're infected, but they're all the way across the street," he replied. Emily nodded. "Okay, I'm ready," she whispered. Michael slowly cracked open the door to the side alley, peering out to see if the infected had noticed him. Luck was seemingly on his side that day, as the infected had their backs to him. They were focused on the opposite side of the city, where a helicopter was trying to take off. "Right, move now," he barked, running for their car, which was parked on the side street, not far from the exit of the apartment complex. Emily felt her heart in her throat as she ran. Michael was just ahead of her, his pistol in hand, and their car was just ahead, so close that Emily could nearly touch it. She was running as fast as she could manage, refusing to even look over her shoulder. She was thankful to find the passenger door unlocked, allowing her to jump into the car, seconds before Michael, who'd stopped to toss his luggage into the back seat. Once they were both in the car, Emily let out a sigh of relief. She waited for Michael to gun the engine and take them far away from the city. However, he simply sat quietly, as if waiting for something to happen. Emily grew annoyed with him quickly, wondering what he was doing. "Put this on," he stated, holding out a blindfold to Emily. "What? Why?" she inquired, giving him a suspicious glance. He glared at her, leaning in close and getting in her face. Michael was already growing tired of Emily, and he'd regretted bringing her along. "Just do it. I can't have you seeing where we're going or how to get there. My uncle wants to keep it all confidential," he replied. And so Emily took the blindfold from him, placing it over her eyes. She felt uneasy about where they were going. However, she was certain that it must be better than the city, which was now overrun by infected. "Good. We'll be there in about half an hour. My uncle has a place back in the mountains. We should be safe there. I'll do the talking when we arrive. As a matter of fact, it'd be best if you only speak when spoken to," Michael informed her, before starting the car and driving away. Part 5. Emily gasped when Michael pulled the blindfold from her eyes, shivering in the cold air. They'd been driving for quite some time, longer than she'd expected. "We're here. Remember what I told you. Don't speak unless spoken to. My uncle is not a patient man," he warned, giving Emily a stern look. She glanced around, rubbing her eyes as she took in her surroundings. It was after dark. A pale crescent moon hung in the sky, above the tops of tall, snow-covered trees. With surprise, Emily realized she was somewhere deep in the wilderness, miles from the city they'd left. The rocky, barren ground she stood on was covered in a layer of snow and ice. Emily glanced up to find that she stood in the front of an old building, one that looked as if it had been abandoned years before. Its weathered grey exterior was covered by graffiti, left by urban explorers and vandals. The old concrete building stood tall and was imposing, a faded chip sign hanging above its entrance, with the words Blackwood Sanatorium written in bold black letters. Realization dawned in Emily, as she recalled seeing the building before, albeit from a distance. It was close to the lodge where Josh and Samantha had taken them, on the night she and Michael had gone to the mines. Emily craned her neck, glancing up above the old sanatorium at the jagged, imposing peaks of the Rockies. Her heart raced in her chest as she breathed hard and fast. Thinking of the lodge brought butterflies into Emily's stomach. Hannah and Beth had died in the mines there, killed by she and Michael. Emily was somewhat apprehensive about what had happened. Her worst fears had been that she might be caught, that some sort of evidence might be given to the police, which would lead to her arrest. If that happened, she planned to turn against Michael in an effort to save herself. Emily did not feel remorse for what she'd done. She'd justified what she and Michael had done weeks before the actual killing. The act had been empowering, and she wanted to do it again. "How does it feel to be back?" inquired Michael. He stood behind her, fixing her with an inquisitive stare. Emily slowly turned to face him, swallowing a lump in her throat. "It feels great. I enjoyed what we did. It was exhilarating, although those creatures from the mines were completely unnerving," she replied, casting a nervous glance over her shoulder. Michael rolled his eyes. "You mean the Wendigo?" He sighed, and Emily nodded. She hated the spindly, spider-like creatures with their claws and glowing eyes. They haunted her nightmares, pursuing her down long, endless tunnels, their claws scraping on the floor. The Wendigo had taken the bodies of Hannah and Beth, devouring them, ensuring that their bodies were never found, which had actually proven to be a benefit. "Look, you don't need to be afraid of them. They're easy enough to keep at bay. The Wendigo fear fire. As long as you stay near a good roaring fire, you're safe. Fire is one of the few things which can kill the creatures," explained Michael. Emily relaxed slightly. "Really? Well, that's good to know, though I still feel really exposed out here." Michael turned his back to her, ignoring her concerns. "Come with me. We'll go inside. And remember to keep quiet. My uncle isn't keen on you being here." Michael marched up the old stone steps which led to the sanatorium, the snow crunching beneath his boots with every step. Emily followed him, keeping pace a few feet behind him. A strong gust of wind blew through the air, causing the sign above their heads to swing back and forth, smacking the wall loudly as it did so. Upon reaching the doors of the sanatorium, Michael froze in his tracks, knocking 3 times at the door, bashing his fist into it with all his might. He then raised his hands to his face, doing something which Emily found bizarre, shouting as loudly as he could manage. Shouting as loudly as he could manage, Michael made the sound of an owl. He did this about 3 times and then went silent, waiting to hear what the reply would be. After a moment, the door was thrown open, and a man stood inside, dressed in black combat armor carrying an M4 carbine. His face was covered by a black mask, with cold eyes staring at Emily, sizing her up as if he was preparing to take her on. "Michael, we're glad you're here. Your uncle needs you ASAP. He wants to debrief you on what's happening," informed the black-clad stranger. And Michael nodded. "Thank you. I'll be there soon. Got caught up in the city," he stated. "Who's the woman?" inquired the black-clad stranger. "She's an associate of mine. I brought her along with me when I fled the city," Michael explained. The guard seemed to be annoyed with Emily's presence, glaring at her. "I guess you can bring her along. I'm certain your uncle can find some use for her," he muttered. Michael walked past him, stepping into the old building. Emily followed him, ignoring the part of her which wanted to flee. She was uneasy about the whole situation. Michael had never mentioned just how remote the place they were staying in would be. There was no one around for miles, and with the current epidemic, there'd likely be no police available if anything did go wrong. The sanatorium smelt odd, like old pennies that had been left in water. The unpleasant scent served to further the feelings of unease which Emily felt. Michael led her down a dark, cold corridor, past closed metal doors, each marked with alternating numbers. The windows to Emily's left side were broken, letting in a freezing draft, one that chilled her to the bone. "My uncle's office is just down the hall. Remember what I told you. You will be given a room here for the night. Just go to bed. We'll talk tomorrow," he muttered, not even stopping to look at her. "Will you be joining me?" replied Emily. "No," answered Michael, and he said nothing else to her, walking the rest of the way in silence. They reached a steel door at the end of the corridor, which Michael knocked on twice, receiving an answer from the opposite side. "Come in, I've been expecting you," stated a deep voice. Michael opened the door, stepping into the office. It was old and stank of cheap cologne and whiskey. An aged priest sat behind a stained wooden desk, looking up at Michael with cold, emotionless eyes. He wore a long black robe with a set of rosary beads hanging from his neck.
"Michael, I'm glad you're here. The infection has spread, just as we planned. Our experts in Mexico were correct in their estimates. America has gone dark, as has Europe and large parts of Asia. Soon Canada will follow. We must begin preparations," he informed us.
Michael nodded.
"Of course, we've waited a long time for this day,"
he replied, and he then motioned to Emily.
"It might be best if we gave her a room for the night. I'd rather avoid prying eyes for what's ahead," he suggested.
His uncle gave Emily a brief and disinterested look.
"Very well, she can sleep in room 6. It's just down the corridor," replied the priest, without bothering to even look at Emily.
Michael spoke to her.
"Go to room 6. Here's the key. You'll find a suitable bed and shower inside," he muttered,
shoving an old iron key into her hand and ushering her out of the office, slamming the door behind her with a loud thud. Emily stood alone in the corridor, her key in hand, walking slowly down the rows of doors until she came to one marked with a rusted 6. It was only a single door down from the office. Emily wondered just what she'd gotten herself into here. The sanatorium was a better alternative to the city, but only slightly so. The guard who'd greeted them sat by the entrance, still sat near by the front door, watching it, as if he expected someone to burst in at any moment. He had his back to Emily, a fact she was glad of, as his stare had been unnerving. The last thing she wanted was to speak with him. Emily wrapped her hand around the handle of the door, taking the key Michael had given her from her pocket. The old key unlocked the door to room 6. She pushed it open, wincing as its hinges squeaked loudly. This door could use a healthy dose of oil. Why on earth does Michael want me to stay here? This place is just weird and creepy, muttered Emily. She then stepped into her room, closing the door behind her. The room was rather spartan, having only a sink, toilet, shower, and bed, one with a small chest sitting at the end of it. Emily sighed tiredly. Walking over to the bed, she tossed her purse onto it, and then knelt down to see what was in the chest. The chest was aged, just like everything else at the sanatorium, its exterior covered in scratches and dents, as if its previous owner had treated it terribly. Emily slowly opened the lid, peering inside. She found an old white nightgown, one that was still in good condition. The gown was the only thing in the chest, which was made from cedar wood and lined with purple velvet, its overpowering scent filling Emily's nose. The gown smelt strongly of some unknown perfume, making Emily certain that it had been worn before. But she was too tired to care. It was so late, and she was ready for bed. The fact that she was safe from the infected also gave her some comfort. Emily prepared for bed, removing the clothing she'd worn in the city, taking a brief shower, just long enough to warm up a bit in the hot water. Just as Emily was about to go to bed, she heard a faint noise, one that sounded like Michael talking away to his strange uncle. It was coming from an air vent on the left side of the room. The voices were engaged in a heated conversation, one that was too muffled for Emily to clearly make out. She walked over to the air vent, placing her ear up against it.
"Michael, the spiritual exercises of Ignatius Loyola are crucial. You are finally ready to learn more about them. By sacrificing the Washington girls, you have proven yourself worthy," informed the priest.
And he spoke in a booming voice, one that echoed on the stone walls of the room.
"Thank you, Uncle. When can you begin to teach me?"
Michael said.
"I can teach you only this, to learn the secrets which Loyola himself has passed down. You must submit wholly to the order and to your superiors. Theirs is an oath which we have all sworn, one that binds us to the order," informed the old priest.
"I will take the oath. I wish to serve the order. You have my word, Uncle. My loyalty to my brothers in the order has been proven many times over," answered Michael. Well, his uncle was about to reply when shouts sounded from elsewhere in the old sanatorium. A woman was yelling something, arguing with a group of men.
What on earth is all that racket? I informed everyone that I wished for quiet tonight," he growled.
The shouting drew closer to Emily. Whoever was yelling had been running down the hallway. Emily left the air vent then, walking over to the door of her room. She peeked out, wondering just what was going on. Upon looking out into the corridor, she was surprised to find someone she recognized. "Jessica?" Emily whispered. Stepping out of her room into the corridor, Jess spun around to face Emily, looking at her with shock. "What on earth are you doing here?" she shouted, looking at her former friend with confusion and distrust. "I came here with Michael. What are you doing here?" Emily retorted. "Listen, I need your help. These insane people are trying to kill me," stammered Jessica, looking over her shoulder. Emily stood silently, wondering just what she should do. "Over here. I saw her run over here," shouted Michael. Emily could hear heavy boot-clad feet running towards her. Well, she wanted to learn more about this dark magic. Getting Beth and Hannah had left her with a feeling of great power, one that she wanted to feel again. "Michael, here! She's here!" Emily screamed. She surged forward, grabbing Jessica and slamming her into a wall. "No, let me go! Stop!" she screamed, struggling against Emily. "Michael, come quick, I can't hold her for long," Emily replied. Jess was stronger than she'd expected, and she pushed Emily back, attempting to flee. But Emily tackled her to the ground, punching her hard in the side. "Why are you doing this? We used to be friends, don't you remember?" shouted Jess, crawling away from her attacker. Emily tried to catch up with her, looking at the guard near the door, who was unsure of what to do, as he couldn't risk shooting Jess without hitting Emily too, an action that might anger Michael. Emily crawled atop Jess, pinning her arms to her side. "You can't leave. Michael needs you." "I want to kill again," growled Emily. Jess used her knees to shove Emily backwards. The two struggled on the floor, with Jess gaining the upper hand. She now had Emily pinned against the wall. Driving an elbow into her ribs, she bit Emily on the shoulder, making her scream and lose her grip on Jess. Jess then took the opportunity to flee, leaving Emily behind. She made a run for the door, kneeing the guard in the groin when he tried to stop her. He stumbled back against the wall, grunting in pain, unable to stop Jess as she ran out of the front door, disappearing into the dark forest outside. Emily slammed her fist into the wall, groaning with frustration. "Why didn't you try and stop her?" she shouted at the guard, who glared daggers in her direction, ignoring her comment. Michael and his uncle rounded the corner to find Emily standing by herself. "She bit me. I'll kill her for that," she fumed. Michael ran over to the door, looking outside. "It doesn't matter. She has nowhere to go. We'll track her down tomorrow. Good job trying to stop her." Michael then walked over to Emily, pulling out a pistol, which he handed to her. "If you see her again, shoot her in the leg next time. My uncle wants to dispose of her personally," he directed. Emily nodded in agreement, taking the gun from him before returning to the bed for the night. Part 6. Samantha was in shock at what Emily had told her, her hands trembling. She sat still in the interrogation room, its bland white walls reminding her of a doctor's office. Across from her sat the person who'd taken her best friend away. "You killed them," she muttered, glaring at Emily, who nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I helped kill them. I don't regret what I did, not at all. So don't bother expecting an apology," she retorted, leaning forward on her elbows to stare at Samantha. Emily's eyes were cold and mocking, devoid of regret or guilt. Samantha sat back in her chair, letting what she'd been told sink in. "Hannah was my best friend," she growled, leaning in and close to her captive. Emily just smirked at her. "Is that supposed to mean something to me?" she retorted. Samantha rose to her feet, standing up so fast that the chair clattered to the floor. Jess stood up too. "Don't do anything rash. We might still need her," she warned. Samantha glared at Emily, contemplating what her next move would be. The door behind them thudded open, allowing Josh to storm back into the room. "I knew it. I knew you had something to do with what happened. Why did you and Michael kill my sisters?" he roared. "She's sick, Josh. Michael convinced her to help kill them. It was part of some occult ritual," Samantha replied. She then reached for her sword, considering cutting down Emily then and there. Josh surged forward, grabbing Emily and shoving her against the wall, before binding her hands. Samantha was confused, and she gave Josh a perplexed look. "What are you doing? I thought you wanted to kill her," she said. Josh sighed. "No, at first that's what I wanted. Now I think she'd make a good hostage. You can use her to draw Michael out, stop his man from just shooting us on sight," he reasoned. Emily struggled and protested as he tied her up. However, Josh paid her no mind. He dragged Emily towards the door, keeping an iron grip on her arm. Samantha and Jess followed behind him. "If I were riding for the sanatorium, then we need more people. Michael's got a lot of men with him. I counted at least 24 when I was out at the sanatorium," confided Jess. The four of them made their way into the sitting room, where Christopher was waiting for them. He'd been watching a DVD as he waited to find out what Josh would do with Emily, having been certain that his friend would kill her, as he'd been enraged when she was captured. He was surprised to find Emily alive. "So what now? Weren't you going to kill her?" he inquired, looking Emily up and down. "Oh, not yet. We're going to use her as a hostage to draw Michael out," informed Josh. Christopher stood up. "I'm coming with you. My horse is already saddled and ready," he announced. "Michael's at the sanatorium. He has a lot of men with him. We'll need to be smart about this," stated Samantha. And she walked past Josh, stepping out of Christopher's house. With a whistle, she then called her horse, which trotted over to her, snorting loudly. Michael was right behind her, with his captive. "Let go of me. You can't do this," protested Emily. She was trying to run from Josh, but with very little success. "Oh, stop. Don't bother trying to run. We will find you," he stated, shoving Emily in the direction of his horse. She was forced to ride in front of Josh, to stop Michael from shooting at him. It was late in the afternoon now, and the sun would be setting soon, leaving them in darkness. Nevertheless, Josh was determined to get to Michael. He was far too angry to wait for even a single day. Christopher took a lever-action rifle from his saddlebags, loading it carefully. He, Samantha, and Jess had all mounted their horses, as they were prepared to leave, wanting to make it to the sanatorium before night fell. Some in the town had gathered to see the commotion. "What's going on? We thought you were going to kill her," stated one of the town guards. He carried a rifle and wore a dark jacket, with a red wool cap on his head. Josh shook his head. "We were going to go and deal with the man who attacked us. Emily's our hostage. Now, who will ride with us?" he inquired. A few people in the town volunteered to go with them, in order to prevent future attacks. By the time they rode out of the gate, there were 9 of them in total, all riding for the same destination. The whole ride was long and quiet. Hardly anyone spoke, as they were all focused on the task at hand. Emily glared at all of them with hateful eyes. "None of you will survive. Michael will kill all of you and rescue me," she shouted. "Oh, quiet. Not another word. I'm warning you, Emily," growled Josh. He'd grown tired of his captive and longed to end her, just as she'd done to his sisters. On either side of him, Jess and Samantha rode in step, glancing around at the nearby forest, expecting an ambush at any moment. The sun now sank even lower in the sky, creating long shadows across the path ahead of them. "It'll be dark soon. Perhaps we can use that as cover. Jess and I should take a few of the men, scout the sanatorium," suggested Samantha, and Josh nodded at her. "Oh, be careful. Michael's men are out for blood," he reminded her. Samantha urged her mount to go faster, motioning for Jess to follow her. They rode out ahead of the rest, riding quickly for the Black Mountain. Samantha moved silently through the forest, brushing aside low-hanging branches, keeping the beam of her flashlight low to avoid detection. Jess was just a few paces behind her, rifle in her hands. Both of them were trying hard to stay undetected. If Michael's men saw them first, they would certainly open fire. "Oh, I wish I had an infrared scope," Jess whispered, looking around nervously. It seemed that Michael's men had yet to notice them, and they could see the sanatorium from where they were, a vantage point up above the old building. Just through the trees, a few guards had been posted outside the front door. They watched the tree line with lazy, disinterested eyes. None of them were expecting to be attacked. "We need to wait until Josh gets closer. We can't begin our attack before he does," whispered Samantha. She then ducked behind a tree, watching the guards from a distance. Jess moved to a tree beside her, looking at the men through the scope of her rifle. They wore black body armor and carried assault rifles, with the White Sun logo on their chests. One of them was smoking as he chatted with his companion, both oblivious to the fact that they were being watched. "When the fighting starts, who do I shoot?" she asked. "Go for Michael or his uncle. They're the reason we're here," replied Samantha, and Jess nodded. Samantha then took out a small radio. "Josh, come in. Jess and I are in position," she whispered. The radio blared static for a moment before Josh replied.
"Good. We're not far from you. We'll make our way up there shortly. How many enemies are we dealing with in the front?" he inquired.
"There are 3 armed guards posted at the front entrance. Don't know how many are inside," replied Samantha.
"Right, I'll be there soon. Be ready to take the shot."
"We understand. Try and get here as quickly as possible. I don't want him slipping away." She then returned to watching the sanatorium, waiting for Josh to arrive. "Oh, I hope this works," whispered Jess, and Samantha nodded. "I just hope Josh knows what he's doing. Hopefully he doesn't get himself shot," she replied. They didn't have to wait long for Josh, Christopher, and the rest of the men to arrive, though. Within less than 30 minutes, the guards posted outside the entrance were alerted by shouting from the woods. Josh was holding Emily at gunpoint. "Let me go. Michael, I'm here. Help!" shouted Emily.
"Quiet,"
barked Josh, placing the barrel of his shotgun against her head.
"Listen to me all of you. No one else has to die tonight. Just Michael and her," he shouted, pointing at Emily.
The guards posted outside took a few steps back, their weapons raised. None of them knew how to react. "Don't just stand there. He's not bluffing. Shoot him. Shoot him now before he kills me," pleaded Emily. Then the doors of the sanatorium burst open.
"Everyone calm down. What on earth is the meaning of this?" shouted Michael's uncle.
The old priest had a pistol in his hand, which he pointed at Josh, who slowly shook his head.
"You made a mistake, old man, killing my sisters," growled Josh.
Jess placed her crosshairs on the old man's head, her finger resting just above the trigger. Samantha placed a hand on her shoulder. "Keep an eye out for Michael. We have to get him too. He can't be allowed to escape, not after what he's done," she whispered, and Jess nodded, switching off her safety. For a moment, Michael and the old priest stared each other down, neither one wanting to make the first move.
"Josh, I see you found our home. I'd say it's nice to see you again, but that'd be a lie," stated Michael.
He now walked out of the sanatorium, assault rifle in his hands. Michael stood beside his uncle, glaring at Josh.
"Hand her over now," he demanded.
"You want her?" Josh replied, looking up at the man who'd killed his sisters. He then shoved Emily forward.
"Here, take her," he yelled, raising his shotgun.
Michael watched it all happen, seemingly in slow motion. He was unable to stop it or even speak a single word of protest before it had been done. Josh shot Emily in the back of the head, killing her instantly, blowing bits of her brains all over the snowy ground. Emily let out a final cry of protest, which was silenced by the deafening blast of Michael's shotgun. An instant later, Jess fired a bullet through the neck of the old priest. The sound of gunshot made the guards dive for cover, then firing on Michael and his men, killing one of them. The old priest fell to the ground, gurgling out blood as he coughed and sputtered. "Good shot," whispered Samantha, patting her on the shoulder. "No," screamed Michael. He was in shock at what had happened and wasn't thinking clearly. Michael couldn't believe his eyes. First Emily, and then his uncle had been killed. Rage filled him, and he gripped his rifle tightly, switching off the safety. Josh's shouting stirred him, making him look up from the old man's corpse. "You're next," he shouted, pumping his shotgun and advancing on Michael. He reacted quickly, raising his machine gun and firing in Josh's direction. The bullets missed him entirely, sailing past Michael and hitting the man beside him, so Josh rushed forward while his men engaged the last two guards. Michael had turned on his heels and was fleeing from Josh, dashing back inside the sanatorium. He slammed the door behind him just as Josh had reached the steps.
That won't stop me. You are dead, Michael, do you hear me? Dead," shouted Josh.
He raised his shotgun, blasting away at the door's lock. Michael was running for his life, knowing that the door would not hold. He could hear the shotgun blast behind him as Josh pursued him. His uncle was dead, as was Emily, but now he needed to escape. The few of his uncle's men who remained met Michael in the hall. They were wearing the black body armor and carrying assault rifles.
"Where is he? Where's Father Jackson?" one of them shouted, looking around frantically. My uncle's dead," stammered Michael.
Samantha and Jess were watching as Josh burst through the open door, charging into the sanatorium.
"I hope he knows what he's doing," sighed Samantha.
"I'm sure he does," replied Jess. She stood up, brushing off the snow. "I got him. The old priest, he went down easy. I would have got Michael, but he ran for it," Jess said, and Samantha nodded, glancing around them. "We should get moving. If Michael tries to make a run out the back, we need to cut him off," she said.
"Lead the way," Jess replied.
Samantha began to hike through the thick forest, listening to the gunshots below her as Michael's men tried to hold off Josh. A distant noise made the hair on Samantha's neck stand on end.
"What was that?"
asked Jess. Samantha drew her sword.
"Infected. Keep moving. The gunshots are drawing them in,"
she replied, stepping over a large stump which was in her path. Indeed, the pack of infected was close by, drawing closer with every gunshot, which they all heard, and the creatures howled loudly as they advanced, hunting for prey. Samantha moved quickly, following the sounds of the battle below. As they moved from one side of the sanatorium to the other, she could now see the back exit, which only had a single guard posted. Jess trailed behind, carrying her rifle.
"The exit is here. There's only a single guard. If Michael wants to escape, then he'll have to come out this way,"
whispered Samantha. Jess walked up beside her, raising a rifle.
"Got it. Right, I'll wait for him. He won't get past us," she whispered.
Behind her, the infected shouted as they charged out of the tree line. Samantha groaned with annoyance, raising her sword.
"Right, I'll take care of them," she muttered, leaving Jess to watch the exit.
Samantha whistled at the horde of infected, twirling her sword about. The one closest to her charged, but Samantha moved forward to meet it, impaling it on her blade. The infected fell to the ground, grunting loudly. Next, two more attacked, and Samantha cut off the first one's arms, then stabbed it in the head, decapitating its companion with a single blow, sending its head flying in the opposite direction of its body. The rest of the infected then attacked her, all of them full into her blade. One's throat was cut, another received a deep cut into its chest, putting it down quickly. Samantha slashed and thrust her blade, killing infected after infected, until there were none left to charge at her. Then she knelt down, cleaning her blade with one of the shirts which had belonged to her fallen foes.
"Hey, I see him," shouted Jess.
Samantha sheathed her sword, rushing back to where Jess lay prone. Michael had emerged from the sanatorium. He shouted at the guard posted there, pointing back to where he'd come. His face was flushed and angry.
"Take the shot. Now," directed Samantha.
Jess placed her crosshairs on his head
and pulled the trigger.
Finale. Josh charged up the steps just a few paces behind Michael. He had his shotgun raised and was prepared to blast Michael in the back. However, he proved to be too fast for Josh, darting inside the sanatorium and slamming its door behind him with a loud crash. Josh glanced behind him to see Christopher killing the last guard, who had attempted to protect Michael. The men who'd accompanied them had taken the assault rifles, which the guards had carried, replacing their bolt-action rifles. Josh glanced beside him, where Michael's uncle lay motionless, having been shot by Jess just after Josh had killed Emily. "Ah, good shot, Jess," he thought, walking over to his corpse and giving it a light kick, just to make certain that he really was dead. Josh could now hear Michael shouting inside the sanatorium, trying to rally the last of his uncle's men, who'd been inside during the attack. "Michael will try to escape," stated Christopher. He walked up the stairs behind Josh, reloading the rifle which he carried, pulling bullets from the bandolier he was wearing. Josh turned to face him. "I know. Jess and Samantha will cut him off. He won't get away this time," he responded. "Good. He won't be attacking us again," replied Christopher. Josh walked over to the door of the sanatorium, pointing his shotgun at the lock. "Get ready. We have no idea how many of them are left," he warned. Took at least 2 blasts from his shotgun, as well as a hard kick, to break open the door. Then Josh burst into the sanatorium, shotgun raised, his head on a swivel. He stood in what had once been a waiting room, decades before. An old couch sat in the corner, next to a dusty stool, which had once held magazines, which visitors to the sanatorium had read. In front of him sat a desk, with a rolling chair behind it, upon which a single lit lamp sat, casting a weak glow across the room. Oh, the sanatorium stank badly, as if something were rotting inside. Josh was unsure of what was causing the smell, and it was making his eyes water. He crept forward, advancing towards a corridor to his right, which led into the rest of the building. Christopher was right behind him, moving slowly and quietly. Both of them took cover behind a wall, peering down the corridor, which was lined with steel doors on one side, broken windows on the other. Josh dove back behind cover as bullets whizzed by his head, missing him by inches. One of Michael's men stood at the end of the hallway, having heard Michael shooting his way in, having lain in wait for him. "You're finished. You'll be hunted down for what you did today, all of you," the man shouted. Josh just pumped his shotgun, shaking his head slowly. "No. The only one being hunted today is Michael," he replied. He then began to fire around the corner, peppering the corridor with buckshot. The black-clad man fell to the ground, firing his weapon at the wall beside Josh, sending dust and plaster flying everywhere. "None of you are leaving here alive. Not after what you did to my sisters," bellowed Josh. He then moved forward, kicking open each door he came across, cleaning the rooms with his shotgun. He found a rotting dead body in the first room, which sat chained to a bed. The sight made Josh recoil, as he realized just what that smell had been. The body must have been there for months, yet another victim of Michael's uncle. He then moved on to the next door, shoving it open. Inside was an infected, one which he'd never seen before. It had a bizarre fungal growth which covered its head entirely. The infected made a bizarre clicking sound, one which Josh had never heard before either. For a moment, Josh stood perfectly still, and the creature failed to notice him. It seemed to look straight through him. "What on earth is that?" whispered Christopher. Josh slowly shook his head. "I have no idea. I don't think it can see very well," he replied. Josh then raised his gun, pointing it at the infected. His movement drew its attention, making it charge at him with a snarl. The blast of buckshot which followed knocked the creature on his back, making a massive hole in its chest. Josh and his allies then moved down the corridor together, clearing 3 more rooms. 2 of the black-clad men were found, hiding in the last room, waiting to ambush them once their backs were turned. Josh killed both of them without hesitation, leading his group of men. By now they were close to the office at the end of the hall, where Michael's uncle had worked. "Stay alert. Michael is probably holed up in that office," warned Josh. "We'll get him," replied one of the men. He stood beside Christopher, a rifle in his hands, and before Josh could stop him, he made a run for the door. "Wait! Stop!" shouted Christopher, but the man ignored him, yanking open the door, preparing to kill Michael. Michael watched the door to his uncle's office open. Outside, Christopher was shouting something, a warning. Michael raised his rifle, unloading on the man as he opened the door, killing him instantly. He then hauled himself over the desk, firing his weapon on fully automatic as he stormed out into the corridor. This took Josh by surprise. He had not expected Michael to be so bold. He and Christopher dove for cover as Michael killed the rest of their men, who had reacted too slowly to his counterattack. "You're all dead. Do you have any idea who my uncle was? Well, even if you kill me, we have powerful friends who will hunt you all down," he shouted, dropping an empty magazine from his rifle. As he reached for a fresh one, Josh stepped out, pointing his shotgun at Michael. "Drop it," he demanded, and Michael did as he was told, dropping his rifle to the floor. He raised his hands above his head, glaring at Josh. "You think killing me will change anything? You're still a dead man," he sneered. Josh slowly shook his head. "Those your last words," he replied. Michael nodded. Josh prepared to pull the trigger. Just as he was about to, Michael grabbed the barrel of his gun, tackling him to the ground, and the two men began to fight over the gun, each trying to get control over it. "I won't let you kill me," shouted Michael, and he began to pummel Josh, hitting him with everything he had. Josh swung the butt of his shotgun, connecting with Michael's face, and this sent him flying backwards, slamming into the wall behind him, knocking the wind out of him. Christopher surged out of the room, which he'd taken cover in, making his way over to Michael, who was in a daze now. Christopher raised his rifle, preparing to shoot him, only to have Michael attack his legs with a sweeping kick, knocking him to the ground, sending his rifle flying from his grasp. Christopher watched from the floor as Michael fled, making his way over to the rear exit. Josh raised his shotgun to stop him, and upon pulling the trigger he heard only a dull click, as he realized he'd forgotten to reload. Michael had made it to the exit, bursting out and slamming the door behind him. Josh and Christopher scrambled to their feet, preparing to pursue their targets. Michael stood outside now, preparing to flee. Only one of his uncle's men remained, who stood guarding the door, waiting to shoot Josh and Christopher if they tried to pursue him. Michael knew where his uncle's car was hidden. It was further down the mountain, nearby the road. Reaching it would mean he'd survive. He was about to break into a sprint, when something hit the side of his face. Hard. He screamed, falling to the ground while clutching the now bleeding side of his face. His vision was blurry as blood ran down, dripping onto the ground, turning the snow red. Michael quickly realized that something was very wrong. He couldn't see his right hand, which was pressed against his face. He rolled onto his back, looking up at his final guard, who was rushing over to help him. Before he could reach Michael, Samantha stepped out of the forest, cutting him down. The guard fell to the ground, clutching his throat as blood ran between his fingers. Michael reached for his pistol now, preparing to shoot Samantha. However, she proved to be far too fast for him. Within moments she was on him, her blade at his throat. "Don't even try that. Take out your pistol and throw it over there," she ordered, pointing towards the forest. She was taking no chances with him after what he'd done to her best friend. Michael froze, giving her a hateful glare. He narrowed his remaining eye, rage coursing through him as he realized just who'd shot him. But he did as she told him, tossing the gun into the forest. "You think this is over? You're all dead. Someone will come for me. My uncle was a very powerful man," he ranted. Samantha lowered her sword. "I'll save your breath. You can explain yourself to Josh," she replied. Michael shook with rage as he looked past Samantha. His rifle lay behind her, where he dropped it. Samantha followed his gaze, noticing the gun. "I know what you're thinking, Michael." "Well, don't," she instructed, walking over to the fallen weapon and giving it a hard kick, which sent it sliding across the ground, even further out of his reach. Jess then stepped out of the forest, walking over to where Samantha stood. She'd meant to kill Michael. "He's lucky he moved his head at the last minute. If not, he'd be dead now," she stated, wishing she had killed him. "Oh, it won't matter. As soon as Josh gets here, he's going to die anyway. That was a good shot, Jess," praised Samantha. For a moment, she and Jess stood over Michael, looking down at him. Soon it would be over. Josh would kill him, allowing them to go back to their lives. The door behind them banged open as Josh and Christopher rushed out of the sanatorium. Both of them had their weapons raised as they expected a fight. "Don't shoot! It's us!" Samantha shouted, Josh quickly lowering his shotgun. He looked first at Samantha, then at Michael. "Wow, what on earth happened?" exclaimed Christopher. "Well, I tried to kill Michael. He moved his head, though, just as I pulled the trigger, so I only ended up taking his eye rather than his life," informed Jess. Josh smiled. "Ah, good. I wanted to kill him myself," he replied, walking over to Michael. Samantha and Jess stood aside, leaving Josh and Michael alone. "Any last words?" Josh inquired, pointing his weapon at Michael now. Michael looked down the barrel of the shotgun in his face, trying to think of a way he could escape. "Listen, you don't need to kill me. I know a lot about this pandemic. I can tell you everything, just don't kill me," he pleaded. Josh snorted, shaking his head. "I'm not buying that for even 1 second. You're lying, Michael, lying to save yourself, and it won't work." Preparing to pull the trigger now. "Wait, don't. There's a hospital outside Banff. My uncle was doing experiments there. I can show you everything," shouted Michael, but Josh shook his head. "Not good enough, not even close," he replied. Before Michael could even speak again, Josh pulled the trigger, ending him. Hours later, Josh and Samantha sat beside a fire pit outside their new home, safe behind the town walls. Samantha glanced over at Josh, watching as he roasted a marshmallow over the fire. She was happy to be back home after a long day. She felt relieved knowing that Michael would trouble them no longer. "These marshmallows were a great idea," stated Josh as he chewed a gooey mouthful, and Samantha slowly nodded. "Yeah, it's over now. We'll put all this behind us," she sighed, leaning up against Josh. "How can you be sure it's really over? Michael and his uncle had powerful friends. If those people are still alive, then they could come for us," replied Josh. "Well, whoever they are, they have no way of finding us. We're safe, Josh. It's over." She then looked up at the stars overhead, hoping she was right. In the distance, a wolf howled, his mournful call sending a shiver down Samantha's spine. "Yeah, I think you may be right," Josh replied, and he placed an arm around her shoulders. "We should still investigate that hospital which Michael mentioned, if for no other reason than to search it for supplies." "Good idea. We can certainly do that. You should take Jess along with you. Could be a valuable learning opportunity." Samantha nodded, roasting her own marshmallow, holding over the fire until it turned the perfect shade of caramel brown. Josh finally felt a sense of peace, for the first time since his sisters had died. He and Samantha stayed by the fire for a few more hours, before returning home for the evening. So yes, my dear friends, those were a couple of stories I did way back in the day, and I never put them together as one big compilation, and I thought, well, it's about time I did. Now, there were promises from the author for that to keep going, so
I hold out hope that it will, because it's a phenomenal story, and I would love to read more of it to you at some point in the future. But, let's see. I've done enough writing myself for this channel and for others, and, it really is quite a big challenge, and it takes up a lot of your time to keep things going. Anyway, well, that is enough for this evening. I will be back again on Wednesday, trying to get this that epic Vietnam zombie story finished. Hopefully I can finish it for Wednesday, but I'm going to be honest, I'm not promising anything, but there will be definitely something coming up on Wednesday evening. Until then, my dear friends, thank you as ever for sticking with me. Until the next time, wishing you all very, very sweet dreams, and bye-bye.
Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to this story today. Really means a lot to me and to the author of the story, of course. Well, if you want to know more about me, I'm pretty much everywhere on social media. You can find me on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You can download my music on SoundCloud. I've got a Patreon if you feel like. Throw me $1 or $2. Very much appreciated. And of course, on Reddit, I have a place where you can leave stories if you want me to read one that you've written. Well, hoping to see you all again very soon. Till then, sweet dreams, and bye-bye.